Yes, you do.
Oh, yes. You are a deeply important kitty friend.
You are deeply important.
Your importance runs both deep and broad, deep and wide as the Mississippi. Hi, friends. Host Eric here. I was talking with famous people, and today I want to talk to you about MBTI and cognitive function and typology overview. What do I mean by all of that? Those words that I just said? Well, I've got quite a bit of. I've had quite a few thoughts and things to say about functions and typology and type and stuff as I've been going through the day musing and such. So I think I want to start with the idea of predictive knowledge. So one aspect of a deft function of a knowledge function, deft use of a knowledge function, or a complete use of a knowledge function, if you have, in other words, if you have a knowledge function in the dominant function, you're going to be good at or able to behave, able to attend via every angle by which that thing can be attended by. So, one way that knowledge works is it can be predictive. So, you might say, well, predictive knowledge isn't knowledge, Eric, it's just speculation. After all, the future hasn't happened yet. Hi, Alex. Thank you for being here. I'm going to explain predictive knowledge now and how it differs from speculation. So, in fact, I think that anybody would get caught up in that, in being told, hey, this so-called predictive knowledge, you're making a distinction that doesn't exist. That's just speculation. Until you have a concrete example that contradicts it. So, the concrete example is this. My predictive SI knowledge is very bad in that I'll say, I said to Rachel in the car earlier, wow, it's going to be an early night tonight. I am tired. I'm feeling really tore up. And then she's like, reminded me, oh, weren't we going to live stream when we got home? And of course, the reason I had said, I think it's going to be early night and I'm feeling really tore up is because in my head at the time, I was dealing with the fact that I'm feeling kind of tore up, but I also was dealing with the fact that I didn't have anything on the agenda for after we got home. I'd forgotten that we were going to live stream. Once she reminded me of that, then all of a sudden, the idea of early night shifted because I ceased to look past the event that was still in front of me. So that's what I mean by the predictive knowledge or my knowledge function is not good. But it's better, perhaps. Maybe this is true of everybody. Maybe this is a special circumstance because of a parent-child thing or whatever. But I could tell when Delilah was going to like crash out or whatever. Another example of predictive knowledge is, I have to pee now before we get in the car because I don't have to pee super bad right this second, but we're going to be in the car for 25-30 minutes. And if I don't pee now, I'm going to really have to pop by the time I get back. I'm going to be really about to pop by the time I get back. So that's another example of predictive knowledge, right?
Yes.
The thing is,
Yes.
that's only one expression of the knowledge function. So when people talk about NI being pattern recognition, usually, well, they mean one of two things, but they're not distinguishing between two different kinds of things. One is identity recognition, which is sort of the root of all NI, is what you call shape constancy. The fact that at some point in your life, early on, your brain learns that it doesn't have to keep track of every single angle at which you view this thing and note in each of those instances that it's the same thing to know that this viewed from any angle is still the same thing. That's intuition. It's knowing that the identity of the thing it's reached its escape velocity. Which means like it's knowing that there's no expression of this thing that can surprise you, right? You've fully mastered its identity, so you don't have to remember the way it looks from every single different little perspective. Instead, you just have to know its identity to recognize it whenever you see it. And even if you don't, you could imagine being presented with like this angle of it and not really knowing what it was because it's not giving you enough information, right? But as soon as you saw a little bit more, you'd be able to recognize what it was. So that's the identity. Identity as a whole, distinct from properties of its constituents, right? Regardless of, I don't need to be able to reducibly describe all of its properties in order to know what its identity is, even though knowing its identity means being able to articulate all of its specific properties. So the thing is, where am I getting with this? Right. When people talk about NI people being able to intuit how given patterns are going to play out and predict the future or whatever, they're talking about predictive knowledge. So that's different than what you might call identitarian intuition, or just basically intuition about the nature of things is different than intuition about how a evolving scene will play out. So let me give you an example. If I were to let me describe a hypothetical TV show in which people are dating each other or something, and they meet each other for the first time. And in this hypothetical show, the two people get along really well at first. It's kind of hot and heavy. This is the window you got to click into.
Oh, thank you.
But there's a lot of cues of where there might be areas of conflict, even though it's not causing any conflict now. And maybe some INFJ might see that happen and go, you know what? I can see now, even though everybody's saying they're a perfect couple, I can see where the strained parts are, and I predict that, by a week they're going to be fighting about Mia. In 2 weeks, they're not going to be talking to each other because they can't communicate. And by the end of the month, she's going to have cheated on him, and they'll moved on in 6 weeks. And then, somebody who was watching the show with the INFJ comes back, like 6 weeks later and goes, I can't believe it. You were totally right. Well, in that regard, the INFJ has intuited how the dynamics of the system combined with the objects of analysis that she's factoring into the system, namely people and their motivations, is going to continue to express in its systemic pattern through in this way. So, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. That's what we should call See, if DSP had made him those things, okay, maybe I'm buying now. Maybe I'm buying.
Right?
We're talking about my eat functions, my sleep functions, my rave functions, and my repeat functions. Okay.
All right. Right.
Maybe get rid of eat and put dance in there, or that's part of rave, I guess.
Rave is dance.
Can rave include both the drugging and the dancing? See, I think when I first think of rave, I think of doing drugs, not dancing.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. So I think maybe drugs would be included in the raving. Yeah,
I guess rave is just a general term meaning to party in a rave-like fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Double masculine sleep.
Double masculine sleep.
So the thing is, you can see how there's predictive, and then I give you an example of the predictive NI there, and I want to point out additionally that you might normally assume that people would go, well, when you say predictive knowledge, that's really just their hunch. That's just their opinion. It's just subjective, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, it's their objective knowing about objective data. It may be wrong, but it's the same. It's actually less subjective than. It's actually less subjective than the SI kind of knowing, where you go, okay, I know I'm getting tired now, so I'll be tired by the end of the day, or I'll be too tired to do this by then, or whatever, you know? Like, that's actually a more subjective kind of predictive knowing, but it's like, here's an example of what it means to be a intuitive, and how back-asswards you can be sometimes. Everybody can be back-asswards about certain things because of their function stack. So, like, when I was younger, I think I generally assumed that that sleep operated according to the most intuitively sensible mechanics, which is to say, you start the day with a full amount of wakefulness, and you gradually go through it over the course of the day until at the end of the day, you run out of wakefulness, and then you're tired and you have to go to sleep and recharge your wakefulness. That is not the way it actually works, though. It doesn't work like that at all. You know, it has a lot to do with when you've eaten, has a lot to do with whether you're excited or bored. It has a lot to do with a lot of things, you know. When you're ready to actually go to sleep, it doesn't work anything like what would seem to be the intuitive explanation for how it should work. I operated under that intuitive explanation for how it should work for a long ass time, despite having many experiences run afoul of it, because I'd never bothered to do the meta, or I hadn't gotten yet to the meta analysis of being metacognitive regarding sensory matters. I had long since become metacognitive regarding intuitive matters, but not regarding sensory matters. So, ethics is a part of metaphysics. Metaphysics can be divided as ontology and ethics. I mean, the thing is, metaphysics is the physics of that which is not physical. So, physics is the logic of that which is physical. Systems that are physical. The logic of physical systems, of universal physical systems, I guess, or the universal constraint on physical systems. Laws of universal constraint on physical systems. That's what physics describes, okay? Metaphysics then describes laws of universal constraint on metaphysical systems.
It makes me think of that song, Let's Get Physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk. Let me hear your body talk.
So the thing is, those communicative and non-communicative elements of attention are what critically distinguish the fact that you've got two halves of the thing, right? So, being, okay, here's a phenomenon that explains almost everything, all right? Everybody uses the verb to be a lot. But the only people who use the verb to be appropriately are people who understand it's only for mapping purposes. for mapping purposes only. Okay? So the verb to be is a way of saying, look, I've run out of symbols to use here. And so on this map, when you see what appears to be, what would be a lake on the other map, on this map, that represents a solar panel farm. Okay, that big blue wash represents a bunch of solar panels in the desert soaking up heat and putting it out there. Because I didn't have any other symbol to use. So in this case, I'm using what is a symbol for a lake on that other map to be a symbol for a solar panel array on this map. That's what the verb to be does, okay? It's a tool mappers are supposed to use to do that, what I just described. Instead, the people who are most prone to using the verb to be are those who have the least mapping skill, because the verb to be, when not in the hands of mappers, it's just used to ruin mapping itself, basically. Like, well, because God is love. Okay, those are just, you aren't, okay. Listen, everything's relative, bro. Everything is relative. Okay, so you're saying the subject is communicatively equivalent to the predicate. You're saying the name of the subject is love, or that communicatively, semantically, there's no difference between saying God and love. Except that's not what people mean when they say God is love. They mean, you should agree with me about God, bro. That's what they mean.
I was working on my Billy Idol.
Your Billy Idol. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's an important project we got in the works. Rachel working on her Billy Idol.
Can't get like.
It's like, okay, what else would God be? God is dark matter. So you just finished, first of all, like Yoshi the other night, just finished saying God is definitely a loving, knowing entity, right?
Yeah.
A specific, our normal idea of God as an interested overseer of our well-being, right? He's already affirmed that God is that. Then in the next sentence he says God is dark matter. So by the commutative property, dark matter is a loving overseer being thing. But then if we define dark matter as that, then it no longer gets to fill the role of this inert, invisible meh that accounts for our math disparities, which is the only reason it exists in the first place, because of these math disparities. So basically, if you say God is dark matter, you're saying God accounts for these math disparities, which is basically the same thing as saying dark matter does, because nobody has it well defined enough for it to be meaningful, right? But to then say that God is dark matter is just, okay, you're just playing, look at me, I can connect things with the word is. Look, tigers are lions, bears are snowflakes, palm trees are cheese, gorillas are coffee cups. God is everything. If that's true, is this God? Is that what you're saying? Yes, God's that too, yes. God is everything, everyone, and everywhere. Even in my butt? Yes. God's constantly in your butt. What do I think God is? The thing I pray to? the all-powerful being that I pray to, the Father part of the Trinity, of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And I also say he is, the God that I pray to is generally the God that always was, rather than Old Testament God or New Testament God. Although if I'm going to go either of those, I'll go New Testament. Old Testament God was a complete dick. I mean, an absolute fucking dick. There's no point. There's nothing blasphemous about saying it because New Testament God agrees. You know, New Testament God says, "Whoa, Dad. Okay, love the floods, love the plagues. Let's try forgiving them next time." Okay, there's a very stark contrast in messages here between the Old and the New Testament. Fatherhood changes you.
And I'm just like reflecting on my sidedness.
It does change you. I used to be a caring, compassionate person. Then this little fucking brat came into my life. Now I'm a dick. Oh wait, not like that? God need not evolve, yet is constantly evolving at the same time. Well, listen. If we just define evolve as anything that persists through time and is impacted in any way to across time, then yeah, everything's constantly evolving.
Yeah, and honestly, I was like, who are you haunting? Because I know about my sidedness.
Look, guys.
But he knows about allness.
Here's the thing to remember, okay? Listen to me. Listen, alright? I am a Christian. I'm not becoming one. I've been a Christian for a long time. Yeah. I'm not a Christian.
No.
I just understand it correctly.
Good.
Which is...
And I have my piercing, my piercing. I got it in a second.
Listen, here's the deal. A proper relationship with God is one of faith, which means it's not predicated on argumentative justifications. It is instead a behavior like jogging. You don't need to convince anybody that you are right to go jogging before you go jogging. Nobody tries to do that. Maybe INTPs. Maybe that's the way they stop themselves from actually going jogging. They think they need to convince everybody in the house that it's the correct decision for them to go jogging before they actually go jogging. Maybe INTPs do that.
What about INFPs?
No, they probably need to convince everybody in the house that everybody in the house is wrong for expecting them to go jogging. Then maybe they'll go jogging, even if nobody had an opinion about it before then. Look, the point is this, Artie. There's a difference between faith-based understandings and justified claims, right? Claims about God are necessarily definitionally unjustified if your relationship with God is healthy. Because to have a healthy relationship with God means to successfully and healthfully incorporate a magical thinking framework into your paradigm. That means you have to let it be a magical thinking framework. The biggest mistake that most people make in their relationship with God, and yes, I'm going to critique everyone else's relationship with God, okay, is they think they need to do more work than they need to do. They don't need to prove anything to anybody. They don't need to establish any claims. They don't need to justify anything. Just as they don't need to justify the decision to go swimming today. Why are you going swimming? Because it's hot? Because I feel like it? Because I'm fucking swimming. Who the fuck are you at? Why are you asking me? Persistent beliefs that are unjustified are best understood as behaviors, not as claims or argumentational positions. So if you claim to be a Christian and you say that that science or reason supports Christianity, you're a bad Christian. If you say you have good rational reason to be a Christian, you're a bad Christian. Faith is what's required, and that means you can't have evidence. Faith is belief in the face of a lack of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So you can't both be faithful and also justified, definitionally. So when Christians try to say they're justified in their beliefs, they are defiling the goodness of the Lord. Look, the point is, other people will try to say, hey, argumentationally justify this. You need to remember, you argumentationally justify sitting there or standing up. You argumentationally justify choosing a cup of water over a cup of tea. You argumentationally justify your decision to walk down the sidewalk. The point is, behaviors don't need justifications. They're part of what it means to be an autonomous being. And to engage in faith-based behaviors is a good way to incorporate a magical thinking framework into your paradigm. So it's not inconsistent with an overarching logical perspective, but you have to understand that you have to protect it. It's a protected wilderness area. If you just let everybody do what they want, they're going to tear the place up, they're going to kill all the animals, whatever. So you're right, it's an unnatural area. It's unnaturally preserved from reason, but you have to do that to maximally attain correct status of the relationship with God. Otherwise, what are you doing? You got it wrong. That's how it is. Almost never. I would say never, except I could probably come up with some examples, but almost never. Zero.
So much that I definitely didn't even think of coming up with anything to say.
I don't play contrary Joe says no. If
you don't.
If I seem contrary,
No, he don't say.
If I seem contrary, like I'm just saying, automatically taking the other side just to be debatey or whatever. If it seems that way, it's only because I'm more likely to comment on things that are wrong than on things that are right. That's one thing. And the other thing is, likely, there's been a lot of wrong things at that moment being said, So, if you want the top overview of typology, you start with the fact that type is defined as a strategic configuration towards attaining the prime directive. The prime directive being basically predictive knowing, prediction in general. So, in other words, you want, to the extent that there's unpredictability in your immediate future, then you want that unpredictability to be mapped. There's this much wiggle room of predictability here. You don't want your map, your agenda for the day, nowhere to say be attacked by terrorists, and then you be attacked by terrorists, right? that would be a big shocker to you because you didn't expect it. However, if you lived in the West Bank or something in one of the high activity times, maybe you got used to bombs going off nearby. As long as you survived, you start getting kind of like blasé to it. It's our resident genius stopping by again.
Yep, our resident genius.
Why isn't more of the gay community here supporting me?
That's the real question.
Since I'm so gay, I would expect to be a hub of fellow like-minded homosexuals who appreciated my witty banter. Instead, it's like a bunch of like middle-aged ladies and people from India. It's like, come on. I had to suck a lot of dick to get this gay. Where's my audience? I mean, sure, I smoked a lot of pork. What do you think, I'm bigoted? That last one was a spacey joke.
Well, that's a good joke.
I mean, I see them getting incredibly frustrated, you know? The amount of effort per response per trade-off thing is very disproportionate. So the more effort they put in, the less the responsiveness gets in terms of the ratio over time, even if in any given instance it might close that gap shortly, you know? Like they'll always give me way more attention than I'm giving them, no matter what. So it's hard to know what to do about it. Obviously, this person who comes in here who's this hateful towards me, who's like, okay, my mission in life is to destroy Eric. Well, it's like I'm not sure. I've talked with Vincent's mom about this before. We speculated about it. Occasionally, some of these people come around. Occasionally, someone encounters me who is like set off by me, like Queen's Gambit, you know, or Marty, or Prince. That guy. Remember that guy, that ESFP dude who, possibly ENFJ dude who.
Perry XO?
No. He's the guy who finagled free typing out of me. He went by the name Prince at one point, then he went by something else. He accused me of being racist. No, he accused me. He accused me of being racist, and then everyone's like, Eric may be a lot of things, but he's not racist. Ashadeep.
No, I don't.
So okay, so these are all people that I've named that are people of this variety that I trigger them, and they, you know, Becky's another example. So they're not all idiots like Ashadeep, right?
And
some of the toxic people are like Becky or
her boyfriend.
He's not. He is not himself toxic at all. What's his name?
No, but like if he was in, I don't know what his name.
What is his name? Sean?
Like
no.
She could have people in her crew. Does she have a Taylor? She's a Taylor. Who's a girl who's like her, right? Who's like her teammate.
I have no idea.
Bumps fist. There's like.
I think maybe you paid more attention to her than I did. I'm not sure. Like this person here, senile man. Do you know that I am? I'm only 4 years older than Tom Brady. It's kind of cool, huh?
Girlfriend's so obese.
I mean, do you have any desire to connect what you're saying to reality? Does Rachel look obese at all?
What do you mean? Why am I so different tonight? I'm this way every night.
She's a little tapped out on nitrous, maybe, you know.
But that's, I mean.
From what I'm reading, the ones who go after Rachel are probably female. Females want to cause really, yeah. That would make more sense, actually. Like, I don't remember Queen's Gambit particularly attacking Rachel like that. Or, same with, generally, Like,
my voice is different because of
the nitrous. Yeah, it's the opposite of helium. It makes your voice go down instead of up. Yeah, they don't really use nitrous that much anymore in dentist offices. They might still use it occasionally, but if they do it as a general anesthetic, it's not as a local or partial anesthetic. Yeah, Rachel's fantastic.
Thanks.
There's no way to cause any division between me and Rachel.
Oh, yeah.
The person might be able to hurt Rachel's feelings. I don't know if she has her feelings hurt by that or not. To me, it seems so.
No.
It's like calling me, short and shy. It's just it's like, okay. Me? Are you sure talking about me? The thing is, my second wife was actually a big woman, so it's like,
I know I'm overweight for.
you're not perfectly.
For the BMI shit. That BMI stuff is so toxic, yo. Like.
BMI can SMD.
Yeah, it could, but I'd rather.
So.
I'd rather do it.
Regardless, the thing is, like, that person, right? They have to carry around with them the fact that they chose to do this right now, and
I didn't.
and the problem with this for somebody who's that hateful is, of course, there's no healthy way to be that hateful. So the only healthy solution is to sort of hold yourself to account and kind of go, oh, fuck, I really fucked up, and I was really, and then you got to kind of have your come to Jesus moment and have some sort of actualization occur or growth. If not, then they're just going to get to be ever more spiteful, tortured, kind of hate ball of, like, it's very much an anime kind of thing. Like, this person gets more and more hateful until they turn into a demon. Body mass index. Yeah, well, I've been talking shit about that kind of stuff for a long time. Is nitrous oxide like truth serum? No. It's not like truth serum. It turns whipped cream into dessert for your brain. Whippets turn whipped cream into a dessert for your brain. Truth serum is MDMA. I only really ever had one very, very strong ecstasy trip, and it didn't make me tell the truth, but it did make me stop taking ecstasy, because after I was done with it, like the next day, I was like twitching. I didn't like that at all. I was like, okay,
Good, right?
I don't want to be a twitchy twoo.
Sorry.
I don't want to turn into a twitchy twoo. So the trolls don't care. We know that this is their response to you challenging his personality models methodology, because where else would these texts originate from? Yeah, I mean, I suspect that's who it is, but I really don't know. I mean, sometimes old spite monkeys come back. Could be coincidence of timing. Most likely, yes. What you're saying? I think this all probably does link to rational typology, but I don't know that for sure, and it's just speculation. I'm out of it at the moment. I got to get more. I think you're right, but it's like me musing that you're probably right is not the same thing as making the claim that they've done anything, right? Making the explicit claim. But zero with a line through it, and I both think you're right. What do you call that symbol? Zero with a line through it.
I was wondering what it cultural thing, or a number thing?
That's his preferred pronoun. No.
No. No, y'all.
Oh, no. None of us are going to be tagging him. I guess that happened after they talked to me. It was like probably they wanted to just bury the memory of my talking to him. And try like, get back up to the plate, try swinging again, and he just got beaten in the head. Angle theta, it's a Greek letter.
It's a Greek letter?
Artie, you're not fooling me. The Greeks didn't have letters.
It's just O with a stroke.
Everybody knows that letters were invented by the Europeans years later. What do you mean Greek's part of Europe? Greece isn't part of Europe. Otherwise, why would they have so many goats? It's like they never should have added the Greco to Roman wrestling. I just ruined it. It was great when it was just Roman wrestling. As soon as they made it Greco-Roman, it was just like, okay, fuck this noise.
What were they thinking?
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. The Greeks.
Apparently I'm like 16% Greek.
Well, let me tell you, they have no business being in the EU. Just get rid of them right now.
What?
Just get rid of Greece from the EU right now.
I'm not against that. I wonder who won the football game. Who's watching?
Is your Danish letter called like Urlik? Or something like that? Urlik letter? Your Danish letters are dumb. Use American letters. What's wrong with you? Why don't you use American letters? Hey, Rachel, get a load of this guy, the Euro guy over here, trying to use European letters. Why don't you use American letters? We can't understand what you're saying, Euro freak. You're not making any sense. Yeah, we could just use American letters from now on. I'd appreciate it. I don't mean to be imposing or nothing. I just don't want people to use letters that don't work in America. We don't use American letters in places that don't work. Why you gotta use foreign letters in places that work in America?
Yeah, I asked that question too.
It's fair. It's fair. Look, I'll go to your country and spit on your mom's face. Why? You think it okay to speak a language other than English? You know, I don't go to your country and kill your entire family. Why you think it okay to paint a sign with those funny looking letters? It's not okay. God. It's basic fairness, I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? I don't go to your country and drop a nuclear bomb on your barely militarized port city. So why you want to speak ching chong chong around here? Know what I'm saying? I hope you understand now. Now it's clear, right? Oh wait, I did drop that nuclear bomb. I'm sorry, that was us, wasn't it? That was us. Yeah, that was us. My bad. I was wrong about that.
Same Z's.
I should have thought. About that one. I forgot about those nuclear bombs. Those ones. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, well, there were those, but I mean, you know, how few nuclear bombs can you expect a country to drop? I mean, nobody's perfect, and you gotta accept one mistake for learning purposes.
Right.
You know, like I say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, shame on you. Stop fooling me, you know. That's what they say. I'm easily fooled. You knew that's going in. You know how easily fooled I am. Jonathan Vasanti says, if they are responsible, they are probably hoping they will be accused and play the victim. I mean, you can't play the victim when you've got such obvious, venomous, hateful, childish garbage, you know? There's no there's no pitching that to on a YouTube appeal, right? And saying, no, I didn't mean it in a negative way. I was just worried about her health. I mean, the thing is, nobody's gonna buy that for a second because it doesn't even say anything about Rachel. It says my girlfriend, right? So it's obviously just pure spite, and you got to be pretty dumb to do such a poor job of covering up your spite.
Although I have had an astrologer not like my birth chart, like your birth chart, and say that your birth chart is like the golden angels sent from heaven, and mine is the little engine that could. Yeah, seriously. And I'm pretty sure she was interested in Eric after like seeing his chart, and I was like, but she was like, but you could be together. She's like, I seriously strongly suggest that you call me at this number, but here's my email and here's your reading. And then she went into it, and then she said, but you have 2 Cinderella aspects, so that's good. So if you want to have a traditional marriage, then it's okay. And it was like, Jesus. Sounds like you want to date my boyfriend. Like, at the time. Like, that's what it sounded like. She wanted to date my boyfriend. Based on his birth chart.
That's how flashy my birth chart is. Okay? That's how flashy it is. It's like...
It is the flashy.
It's like, wow.
It's flashy one. But to then, like, to...
If this were an isekai that sent me to astrology world, I would be totally OP.
Yeah, you are, though. You don't even know. I mean, like, I'm totally OP also, though, through you, because I'm not joking. I really do think that when your foot hit, no, because I was born at 10:40 at night.
Not when you were born, it was when you were conceived.
Oh, conceived. But I was definitely conceived.
I was long gone from New York when you were born.
Yeah, so, like, I'm convinced that when your foot hit ground on...
Her dad came.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On New York soil.
My visit to New York in 7th grade caused her dad to have his most memorable ejaculative experience of his life.
Yeah.
He was chasing it the rest of his marriage. God, remember that one time? Back when Eric was in 7th grade? I don't know why he would reference time in that fashion, but... INTJ male. I notice he is sensitive, so be sweet and nice to him pretty much. Who is INTJ male? Who is? Fun fact, author of Little Engine That Could wasn't a real person. Well, who wrote it then? A poltergeist? A computer? It was before computers. You are interested in one. Well, we have a wide range of INTJs available here with a lot of different options. Are you looking for an INTJ that comes with air conditioning? Was my family on witness protection? No. Nobody knows who wrote The Little Engine That Could? Nobody knows.
No one knows. Well, that woman knows that I'm that little engine. So, does that eliminate the little engine that could statement from her astrology reading?
Well, the thing is, The Little Engine That Could, the basic story of it is that this engine persisted despite the doubt of others, right? There's an inferred, like, therefore, that engine's a plucky little guy, but it's not really the message of it. The message of it is fuck those people trying to shit on you, I guess.
It's so weird though that yeah. It's so weird that my instinct right away goes to that woman totally had a crush on your chart and
INTJ. I made a video today making fun of INTJs as part of a perspective series of little things that might be like each type spewing their form of bullshit, you know? For INTJ, it was my 20s. I was spending a lot of time with a woman named Julie, and
wow.
I planned out our life for us, you know, and made sure that she'd be well taken care of and all of her needs would be attended to. And I was just about to tell her about this, and then she started going out with somebody else. And I haven't really been able to trust a woman since.
Well, Parker, I take that as a huge compliment. I take it as that.
The story's signature phrase is such as "I think I can." Well, see okay. See, "I think I can" suggests, you know, hopeful persistence rather than middle fingery persistence.
No, but I think she she was like with little gifts in the back to like give to people, basically like in hopes of like, I think I can. Like, well, you like are like, you own me.
Obviously, yes. The INTJ, the example of INTJ spouting. What happens when INTJs start spouting bullshit is not an example of a healthy INTJ or the most desirable form of INTJ, but that's the idea, right? So, like, if I wanted to exemplify Zizek being spouting ENTP bullshit, I just start, you know, affirming a bunch of random shit that I don't believe in, you know? I typed a lady today, actually, INFJ.
Hi, Mac Daddy.
How's your evening been? It's been... I have no answer to that. How has it been? It's been uneventful? I don't remember what we were doing before. We went to the whippet store, really?
Yeah,
we had dinner with my dad.
Yeah, we had, and we were watching the Patriots Tampa Bay game. Does anyone know who won? I am curious to know who won that game. Just out of curiosity, really.
So, What was I saying?
Tampa
Something
Bay,
so
huh?
important.
Huh?
Oh, INTJs, yeah. I think that
Rain's in Tampa Bay too sometimes, so he'll have to get used to by field goal.
Oh, really? They won with a field goal. Okay. I think that most INTJ males would like to see, but in their ideal world, they have a woman who decides to trust them because of the quality of their TE presentation of what they have to offer the woman, and then sort of hands over all the trust to him, and also defers to him when he like vetoes or shit, because she knows that he's so much of a net benefit to her, and 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 then he can rely on her loving the shit out of him for those reasons without challenging his authority over things. And any fundamentally, like, in any actual.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about INTJ.
Oh, yeah.
INTJ and any woman. INTJ male and any woman.
Yeah.
Do you fear you won't have anything to discuss in your live streams, or do you trust your improvisational skills anytime you may not have a topic set up? Oh, yeah, I don't ever know what I'm going to say exactly ahead of time. I always assume I'll have plenty to say. The problem is always I don't have enough time to say everything, or I don't remember all the things I want to say sometimes. You know, but, like, right now the problem is that I have plenty of things to say, but because it's a live stream, I tend to get sidetracked by things that people say here, and so I never really complete any thought or go through any kind of like lecture like I normally might if I were teaching a class. But that's not what people want anyway, so I don't think so. Usually, if I'm not engaged at all with the chat, it's I don't think people really like that. I think people prefer me to engage with what people are saying. Mithras Semiramis says, agreed on INTJs. I'm good friends with one, and our friendship is like that, even though it isn't a romantic relationship. How is your air? Well, I'm mostly using mine for breathing at the moment. Rachel, what are you using with your air for?
I'm using mine for breathing as well, but I do see on your computer here that it does say clear, and I know that your computer sometimes says the air quality index. So I feel based on that, though. So.
Where does one read more polar and tool functions? More about polar and tool functions? Okay, so people ask me these kind of questions a lot. I don't have any answers for you. The thing is, I don't know where to read all these things. I've probably answered your question in some video somewhere, but obviously it's not like the content is meaningfully. YouTube would have a search function that actually searched the body of every video's transcript, right? But that's not how it is in the status quo, to the best of my knowledge.
If we could have like Corey and I together as an interview, as you guys would totally see, like there'd just be no doubt. Like I am an INFJ. I'm weird. I don't know. I think I'm a 9, which actually I don't think is atypical for INFJ, but I do have 7, which I think is atypical for INFJ. So I think you would see a lot similar things, and there'd just be no argument on what like NI is, because you would see it in both of us. He doesn't like to go like public though, like on a lot of stuff, so I don't even know. Like at this point it's like too early to even like, but it's true though. The thing is, if we were to like have the camera in front of the 3 of us, you would see Corey and I would probably have a lot of similar like movements and questions and posturing. Like
the thing is, Corey and Rachel express as subjects in the world somewhat differently. Corey's somewhat more confident and expects himself to use more the action bit of the interface of FE. In other words, he's not afraid to, or I guess he's probably more accustomed to having to take an active role in eliciting comments from people and stuff. He's been in the corporate world for a long time. He's in sales and stuff. So, anyway, he comes across as more extroverted than Rachel does. And if he were on the stream, to the extent that anybody were to ask him a question that he had thoughts on, he'd probably talk somewhat expansively about it, as Rachel could about like tarot and things that she has some understanding of.
Totally.
But ultimately,
I don't do it because I feel like it would bore people.
But ultimately, he's an NI user, and those moments of expansiveness are how an INFJ being expansive looks, not NE. And
Corey.
Yeah, he's very charismatic. Yeah. Okay, it's like people tend to like him a lot. People are very. He's more. He's done more sort of practical stuff with his FE than a lot of INFJs end up doing. But he's definitely an INFJ, not an ENFJ. It's like, he's just more accustomed to actively getting people to like him rather than passively avoiding them disliking him. Yeah, the dude I made the song with, right?
Yeah, he's like super musically talented. Like the part where he like whips out the keyboard and like, at first he's like kind of making fun of the thing, but then he really gets into it, and he could actually play it. Yeah, right. At first he's just doing that, but then he actually gets into it, and I'm like, oh my god, wow, he's doing that naturally. Like that's not taught lesson by lesson. That was just, he has the capability to take notes and put them into a structural composition. It's incredible.
Yeah, and the thing is, of course, he was very thwacked out, so that helps.
Yeah.
I'm from Visalia. Yeah, we know that already. She's from Visalia. She's from Visalia. She's from Visalia. She's from Visalia. I changed it, but it didn't save, I guess. Something. I don't know. Let me see.
You did. I don't know.
I did change them, but I guess it didn't save. Let's see. Well, maybe I didn't change them. Hashtag MBTI.
Thinking to change too.
Hashtag typology. I was planning to. I guess I just never did. I don't remember doing it, so I guess I didn't. Personality.
Thank you, Winston's mom.
However, if you want to know, it's about personality type, MBTI, psychology-ish stuff. Psychology kind of stuff. It's always good to add kind of stuff to things.
Yeah.
It clarifies, is what it does. It clears up what you're getting at. When you include the words kind of stuff or whatever, is especially good to be super clear. That's what they expect if you're writing in the scientific literature. Dulles is an INFP.
Dulles is an INFP.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. Dulles is an INFP. He's very sensitive. Whatever it is you're saying. Is that what you meant by Dulles is an INFP?
Is Dulles crying now?
No, nobody's saying Dulles is crying. Come on, everybody. Don't assume that we're talking about INFP that he's crying. INFPs sometimes aren't crying, okay? INFPs sometimes aren't crying is a good sentence.
It is a good sentence. Sometimes aren't crying. It's a good sentence for an INFP. I would endorse that as an INFP.
What was the funny sentence you said earlier? You could check it with science or something like that. You can check it with science. I'm serious. Check it with science. Check with science. See what they say. Hello, science. Yes. But hold on one second, please. I'm putting my lab coat on. Okay, go ahead. Yes, science. Is it true what they say? Yes, it is. I've converged with several scientists here, and we all agree yes. Thanks, science. More science sure is helpful. Apparently, they why we have horses. Is that where they come from? Science made them? The best NI content I've seen online is under behaviorism on cognitive type. Well, I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
But the thing is, the best, like, what compares as the best NI content, it depends what you mean by that. If you mean what's the best content in terms of correctness about NI, that will always definitely be my content. If you're saying it's the most concise content about whatever it's talking about, and it's the most NI in that sense, then that's possible. How'd you like those unsolicited answers? Peter, I was going to go back and reread it, actually. It interested me a lot. I wanted to check it against the original. So I'm planning on going back and rereading it and commenting and leaving a comment and stuff. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you did in every instance. I have to check it against the original. I wasn't sure which one was what the thing was referring to necessarily, you know. So look, introverted intuition. What is it that you might want or need to know about it? The reality is, it's the universal knowledge function, which is to say, if you were going to model the information flow, I would put the arrow as up, which is, say, receiving. So it's unlike deliberation, which is getting, and unlike action, which is putting, it's knowledge, which means it doesn't require sustained attention to complete its status report, so to speak, right? There's no figuring to do. I know, but I wasn't looking at the original. I didn't remember what they were. You see what I'm saying, Peter didn't teach you? I have to look at it with the original next to it. So I know what... My SI is not that good. I don't remember everything. God. So anyway, NI is a knowing function that... it's a universal knowing function in the sense that it links to identities. Identities can be described as, or defined as, synergies in which the functional identity or the functional... I guess... You know, an entity could be described as an identity in which that's my train of thought. An entity for whom the understanding the entity, the identity of them is not a reducible thing you can do. So in other words, I can prove to you that if A and B, then C, and A and B, therefore C, in ways that are very different from, like, I know how an engine works. Because knowing how an engine works doesn't mean you can say what makes the engine work are the spark plugs. That's wrong. What makes the engine work are the pistons. That's wrong too. If you isolate any component of an engine and say what makes it work is this, it's wrong. Should you change the air in your concrete? You can leave the old air in there, but don't drink it because it gets stale after about 6 months and is no longer potable. Or is it pronounced potable? Mysterious questions that may never be answered. So like right now, I am tired and it's impacting my SI. I'm having to scrap a bit to recapture my train of thought when I Parker, you didn't have to tell me that was a joke. You could have left get rid of the that's the joke part. I was full laughing out loud before I even saw that's the joke. It's fantastic. It's perfect. It's contextually perfect. It's pronounced potable. Oh, that's perfect. It's fantastic.
Potable.
All right. So if you were going to describe an engine and correctly say this is what makes it work, you would say something like redirecting energy created by combustion, right? That would be the most correct answer to what makes it work. And it's none of the component parts of it. It's a phenomenon that occurs because of the way the process causes various elements within it to interact with each other. So, I'm saying introverted intuition then is to say it's knowledge about identities. Now, sometimes it manifests as a subject, which is to say, for example, predictive knowing how this is going to play out. That would be an example of it. Kind of operating as a subject. Operating as an agent, it's more like the identity part. Like, well, which of these songs is better? Is more of the identity part of knowing, more like an agent. And using it as an object, it's more like, wow, the beauty of this song that I'm hearing for the first time is giving me goosepimples. And having an intuitive resonance with that which is coming at you. So the thing is, NI is naturally an agent function, which means it's naturally aligned to recognize the identity of things. But it's designed as well to be for you to behave as though you were going to be the object of things, even though it's not. It's more like, because you're so ready to receive the truths about things, that necessarily means you're well ready to be presented things to receive the truth about, which means INFJs like to consume a lot of media. And in fact, they're perfectly at home in their natural habitat, just consuming succession of media and knowing things about it. Just like I'm in my natural habitat. So Mac Daddy, someone asked me earlier about, do you worry about, I don't know what you're going to say or something. No, this is my natural habitat. Me just reading things and saying what I think about them and just yammering on. This is as comfortable as it gets for me. In fact, when I don't live stream enough, it correlates strongly with this feeling of like, something's wrong, and then I go, oh yeah, I should live stream. That's what I want to do. Oh, that's what's missing. So I really need to live stream because there's not much of life that affords you the opportunity to be in your native habitat if your native habitat is explaining things to people. like I don't know how many different various things I explained to Rachel throughout the day, but she is not saying to me, Eric, will you please explain me out of me? I'm just explaining it anyway. Just explaining it away. Hey, Rachel, look at that thing over there. What this occurs to me is this thing's kind of like meow, which is kind of like meow and meow and meow. And you know how that? Okay, let me explain it. Meow, meow, meow. Can you imagine having to go out with somebody like that? It would drive me insane. But that's why you got to get somebody who's a receiver, right? If you're a quarterback, you need somebody who's a receiver. I mean, sometimes you could call it teaching, but mostly it's sharing my musings out loud with her. Because my nature is a strange one. It's my nature to, most of all, want to talk and communicate and be heard by people. It's the reason it's strange is because in our most typical from our most typical perspective, people communicate in order to accomplish things. It's instrumental, right? It's like, why am I writing this company a letter? Because I want a refund or something, not because I feel like expressing to them usually my thoughts on flightless birds. Especially if the company doesn't have anything to do with flightless birds, right? So the point is, communication is normally thought of as instrumental, but for a type like mine, it's the end in and of itself. So, but of course, to communicate means to convey meaning in some way, and conveying meaning can't really be an end in itself unless the person having meaning conveyed to them has some frame through which they can understand the value of that meaning to them. And as a consequence, I end up finding making my nature as it manifests in the world ends up explaining things to everybody all the time. So it's like, okay, because, well, by default, it's better for you to understand things correctly than poorly. Presumably that's sort of a universal here, yeah. Of course it's not, but that's what one presumes if you're that kind of person, right? So, although I can't really justify socially, giving all these answers to all these questions you didn't ask, even though I can't really justify it socially, I will try to make it useful to you so that hopefully useful to you and or amusing or entertaining or something to you, so hopefully you'll continue to let me talk at you and listen to me. I have some anxiety, but not a great deal of it. To the extent that I have anxiety is generally about I guess it's about emotional things. I get a lot of anxiety about whether I'm being a good son for my dad, whether I'm meeting his needs for socializing, and spending enough time with them and stuff like that. That causes me anxiety. So it's triggered anxiety, not necessarily I don't have any medical disorder with anxiety, but I'm just saying, in a colloquial sense of feeling anxious, that makes me feel anxious. You're talking to Jeremiah, not Eric. Shut up, Eric. She's not talking to you. Association for the Advancement of Cage-Freed Birds? Are you asking if you can join your organization there together with my organization, the Society for the Debunking of Flightless Birds? If so, you're going to have to come under our name. And we're going to have to stop caring about this cage issue and start worrying more about whether or not ostriches and emus fly. ISTJ-induced anxiety? ESTJ. My dad's an ESTJ. I don't think it's ESTJ-induced. I see it as ENTP-induced anxiety because I don't know how to love people properly when it's not convenient for me. I guess. I don't know. It's F5 things. It's confusing. I don't get it, really. Stop asking me about my feelings. I don't understand them. They don't make any sense, okay? They're not logical. They're not gonna withstand your scrutiny. I can't justify my feelings.
I feel like they should see you.
I want to be carried away slowly so that my voice fades as I'm saying that.
Okay.
I can't justify my feelings.
Oscar, right there.
Thanks. It's called the Doppler effect, I think. Maybe. Or something like that. Alright, you take over for a bit, break. I'm ready to moment's break.
A bonus break?
Yeah, I need a moment's break. Should
Oh,
I
a
put on
moment's
some
break.
music for everybody here? Would you like to listen to music or do you want to talk, Rachel?
I'll talk.
There you go. Talk away.
Mac Daddy says, is how you experience mental and personality disorders dependent upon cognitive stack or no? Hey, Parker.
Well, I mean, it's not possible to experience things without attending to them. And since attentional manners are what's mapped by cognitive functions, the answer is yes, how you experience them is going to be an expression of your cognitive stack in conjunction with something else like a mental illness or a trauma-induced disorder. But I'm not including in this conversation things like ADHD and autism spectrum. That's a separate matter. So, the thing is, Jeffrey's mom, she's an ESTJ. When I'm done with this cigarette, I'll come back and tell you the story of Rachel and me going to Jeffrey's house. If you'd like to preface that or tell any part of that before I start, that's fine too, of course. So, if you don't, that's fine too.
Well, we got a call from Jeffrey's mom saying there was an emergency, but Eric was in a session, so he asked Jeffrey's mom if we could call later. And so you want me to tell more of it?
Sure. I'll just retell it. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
On my own.
Yeah, and then so we find out that parts that Jeffrey had delivered to the house that were going to be parts for his computer what are they called? Keyboards. His computer keyboards came in, but one of the sides was too big and didn't fit with the other part of the keyboard. So,
this story involves a lot of TE. To tell the story well, you gotta sort of tell the TE of it, so it's interesting hearing you tell it. Go ahead.
Well, so we don't find out until we get there. So they're asking us, basically, they have Mr. Strauss come over and
I'll explain it.
okay, cool.
Okay, so Jeffrey's making these keyboards that they're made so that you can customize it. So it's very take apartable, and it's got like this top part without any of the keys poking out. Imagine this with a bunch of holes, right? But instead of like this, it's stainless steel and or brass. So he's got he's got the same front thing in stainless steel and in brass, okay? And then this back thing, the front thing is supposed to fit in there, and then there's little screw holes. But the brass ones are just a teeny bit too big. They won't push down into the bottom slot that they're supposed to push down into, right? Now he's got 150 of these keyboards to put together and send out. And Parker says, "Yeah, I know about keyboard nerds." Well, I guess they're extremely like fussy or whatever. So I went. They were saying, "How are we going to manage this? We have to send all these brass keyboards back, and we have to explain it to the customers who've already had these delays because of COVID and right?" Well, I went over and took some Dremel tool attachments, and they have a Dremel tool, and so we looked at it, and it just required them to basically grind down each of the corners, and you could do it such that you can't even see it from when it's put together, right? But these keyboards are meant to be like taken apart, and you add different kind of things to them or something. I'm not really sure how it all works, but
it's like
it's very fancy. Like, it's heavy. You know, they've got a brass bottom and a brass top or a stainless steel top, so it's extremely sturdy. So I said, well, look, you just gotta don't send them all back and reorder and do all this shit. Just chill out for a second, okay? And ultimately, what we did was we ground down each of the corners such that it started from the inside and angled like that, right? So that you couldn't see it when it was put together. And then the mom's freaking out because it looks like somebody grinded it down, right? So I explained, okay, well, if you do this is sort of a test of concept here, but if you take this approach, you're going to have to clamp down that Dremel tool at a certain angle with one of these flat attachments and push it against it so they each look the same. But then it's still like, well, what if they say this, and what if they say that? What if the customers complain meow? What if the customers complain meow? So it took some convincing, but what really convinced them was giving them an alternate narrative, which is, well, you simply say you did custom post-production milling, and if they go, well, why what was wrong with it? I said, well, you know, we wanted to make sure you didn't have any problems on your end, so we had to do some custom post-production milling to make it perfect. Well, we don't like the fact that it looks a little bit like looks like chrome here instead of like brass, or it looks like chrome here instead of like well, but my point is, if you get it the way I told them to do it, they'll get each of the corners standard. So even though it may look slightly different there in terms of, we're talking a tiny little bit of it. It's like on the inside of it's ridiculous thing that they're stressing about, but I get that their customers are super anal, well, ISTJ or whatever, kind of, there's a teeny scratch. But the thing is, once I gave them an alternate narrative that made it into like, okay, this is your answer to it, is you position it as this is a normal part of a business doing this sort of thing to make sure the product's perfect for their customers. They go, well, it's not perfect. It's got a little chrome thing. And they go, okay, well, you understand that that corner is going to get chromed out every time you take the back off and put it back on. It slides back in and out of this thing. And so, I mean, it's not even entirely clear. You could have even scraped it off when you pulled it out the first time. I don't know. So, but the point is, at some point, you realize these people are going to use these keyboards. They don't need to maintain in perfect, pristine condition because it's too much of a used tool. I mean, I guess some people still try to do that. Like Cameron on his bong tries to keep his bong super clean. But the point is that she wanted answers to, well, what are we going to do if they say this? What are we going to do if they say, yeah, right? And my position was, well, look, first of all, this is a business thing you're doing here. Yes, I know you've been like it's been a long process and stuff, but at the end of the day, the imperfection you're noting here is so small and minor that that the worst case scenario would be you'd have to give a partial refund to some people, maybe, if you couldn't pitch it this way. The thing is, it's like you'll be able to pitch it that way in general, because in general, nobody's going to say anything, probably. For the few people who do say it, probably you can pitch it that way and that'll be good enough. Because you can say, well, I mean, would you prefer me to send you one where the back doesn't fit? You think, I mean, it's like my business went the extra mile to make sure this extra bit of post-production milling happened for 147 different backs, blah, 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 blah. Don't mention you dremelled it yourself at home. If you got the corners the same way by doing it the way I suggested, it'll look like you got some machine shops to do it, Well, and that's the other. He's an ENTP, though. He's not an INTP. He's definitely an ENTP. And one of the reasons you can tell is a total lack of FITE. Until I provided this different framing up that said, look, you got to remember what you're doing here, Jeffrey. Your life's dream is not to run a keyboard company. You've got other ideas and other projects in the works I've heard you talk to me about before. And so what you really want to do is get this thing, if you want to do a third run, because this one's going to be quite profitable for them, assuming they can get their 20 grand back from PayPal. But, fingers crossed they get the communique from them on Monday. The lady on the phone basically told us, yes, you're getting it back. I can't guarantee it, but yeah, basically. So hopefully that fault goes through and everything. And then at this point, he needs to just get those things out there. Let the chips fall where they may. He's shipping them out a at a time anyway. So it's like, he's sending them out as he's completing them. So you can find out after you send out how big of a problem it is, if at all. Then you got to try to win the narrative. You're worrying about how you're going to win this little sub-narrative or that sub-narrative. Think a little bigger picture here, Mom. If you frame it like this, and that's the dominant narrative, then it probably won't be a big issue going after that. And even if people do want to bitch about it, it's not like you've taken something that was perfect and destroyed it. It's just got this little. It's not even an imperfection if you do it evenly on each of the things, right? It's just a slight differentiation in what do they call that? Like the matte or shininess of the metal. I don't know what you call that feature of the metal. The matte quality or shiny quality. It's shininess, yeah. Just shininess. I mean, they're pretty cool. I was surprised at how you're making these things out of brass and metal and stainless steel. Oh, they're pretty heavy and like really, really like sturdy feeling. Yeah, the finish is different. That's the word I was looking for. It's got a different finish. Yeah.
Too. Thank you, Winston's mom.
But it's just on the inside part of, like, you can't see it from the outside, of the corners of this back plate will just be, have to be shaved back a little bit. And that's the only, and you can't even see it, and you probably wouldn't even notice it if it were symmetrical, if they all look the same, you know? You probably just think it's how it came, you know? So I guess Jeffrey designed this thing and then sent his designs to companies in China to manufacture the pieces, you know?
Yeah.
And then they send him all the pieces, and he's got a couple different companies manufacturing pieces for him. So what's crazy is if he can just fulfill all these fucking orders, get his money back from PayPal, he stands to make 30 grand on the thing. And, you know, he's a high school kid. Now, granted, it's been quite a bit of a project, I suspect. But its biggest cost, I think, has been in mom's mental health. Because she's spending her time trying to figure out every possible thing that can go wrong without any clear understanding of the identity level of NI stuff. Like, okay, well, what's the big picture here? Is not a question she handles very well. Can I link to the product? I've never been to this site or anything. They've invited me. I'm like, I don't want to do that. That sounds boring. I don't want to look at your freaking board about... Because he's like, I'm fussing about arguments happening in the board about this and that. I'm like, okay, you need to be above that shit. This is a business, not a fucking debate camp. You just, it's like, there's lots of shit you should just ignore because it'll go away. And shit, if you can't ignore, just take it out off the server. Say, like, talk to me about this privately on Gmail. The brand is called JLab.
Yes.
JLab. And it's a keyboard. I don't know what else to tell you about it.
Gamer keyboard. I'm not
It's
sure.
a keyboard that's made out of metal. And the way they did it was something called a group buy. It's made out of either brass and brass or brass and stainless steel. How can I hang with Venusian women? Well, I mean, obviously most of them are to be found on Venus. Just as most Japanese people are to be found in Japan, most Mexican people are to be found in Mexico, most Venetians are to be found on Venus. Are you prepared for the extreme weather of Venus? Is my first question. If not, then I would say give up on your dream because it can get over 100 degrees on Venus.
Whoa.
Fahrenheit, over 100.
Over 100?
Yeah. That's hot.
It's hot, yeah.
So you're going to need a lot of sunscreen. So anyway, I'm like, wow, I'm impressed by Jeffrey. I'm like, ooh, look at you and ENTP getting shit done. And of course, it helps to have an ESTJ parent assisting. But, regardless, that's the story of that. It's frustrating trying to explain things to the mom because she's always like, there's a hole in the fence, there's a hole in the fence. I go, yeah, but there's another unbroken fence around that fence. But this hole! Things get out of holes in fence. I know that. I know things escape from holes through fences. Yes, but there's another fence around it. It can't get through the other fence, you see? But what if it climbs over that fence? Well, what if it climbs over this fence? But there's a hole in this fence. It wouldn't need to climb over it. Okay, you're missing the point here. Even if you were to fix the hole, you'd still have the same problem. What if it climbs over the fence? Well, then there's the other fence. It's like, okay, your antipolar is driving me crazy. That's a perfect example of a conversation with an ESTJ just plain antipolar. There's a hole in the fence. This is the enormity of that reality must necessarily be the predominant frame, right? It's got to be that. That's got to be the overarching frame here, is that there's a hole in the fence. How could the problem framing get any bigger than that when there's a hole in the fence? Eric, did you not hear me? There's a hole in the fence. Yeah, I know, but there's that 10-foot tall brick wall right behind the hole in the fence, preventing anybody from going through the hole in the fence. Did you see the hole in the fence? And the dad's an ISTP. Here's one thing I'm going to tell you about ISTPs. They're very much, let me do it. They're not necessarily good at doing it. Okay? They're not like INTPs. They're not that bad, but the guy who I call Huey Louie, which is not his name, but
I would say Huey Louie.
Because look, his name's Huey Liu. It's Huiliu. But when you just look at it, it looks like Huey Louie, right? So right, if you go, well, yeah, there's no problem, Dad. Lots of fences have holes in them. Look at a chain link fence; it's got lots of holes. Then at that point, the SDJ is just gonna go, that's not the way the world works, okay? Calculation error, TI confusion combined with no NI. Well, and he is a musician. He's a professional musician. But he's not Huey Lewis. But close. He's Huey Louie. And he, instead of playing with the news, some rock and roll, he plays the viola. If you ever dreamed of being a professional viola player, this man is living your dream right now. He's stolen it from you. How many aspiring professional viola players do we have here tonight? 5, 6, 7, 8, 11? 11 people out of, 20 people here are aspiring viola players. That's remarkable. That's a very high percentage of viola players for any given random population of people, right? I wouldn't expect more than 6 of 20 people to play viola. I figure maybe 10 or 15 of them play tuba, of course. Less than 0, hip to be square. I remember it's hip to be square.
Yeah, I do too.
What other song did Huey Lewis in the News sing that was famous? One that tell me what to do. One that makes me feel like I feel when I'm with you. When I'm alone with you. Is it that
I
song?
don't know.
Is that who? I want a new drug. One that won't make me.
Yeah.
One that won't make me sick. One that won't make me meh, meh, meh.
I think
One that
so.
won't make me meh, meh, meh.
Yeah.
One that won't make me nervous. Tell me what to do. One that makes me feel like I feel when I'm with you. When I'm alone with you. The new drug he wants is love. And by love, he means humping. He's a very sensual man whose satisfactions are of an animal nature. Those are the satisfactions that matter to Huey Lewis. Lustful, carnal satisfactions. Whereas my love songs are like, hey, would you like to listen while I explain something to you? Oxytocin is the drug. Oh. You know what happened to his lover? He was explaining this. She misunderstood, and she accidentally, the next time, got Oxycontin, and she overdosed. I heard that true and tragic story one time watching a film in health class called The Dangers of Dyslexia.
They're so good.
Packety, 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 boo. Everybody wants Mars to be useful. NI tells me it just isn't. It's a rough joke. I don't even remember what the joke is I just told. My ass is shot right now. It's like, I'm about 75% mentally. Like I said, like, it's easy for me to lose my train of thought. Sometimes I'm struggling to say the words. This is a sure sign that I need about 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Good evening. How are you and your Eric tonight? You should ask him about NFTs and what they will mean for the economy and society over the next decade plus. They are going to be the key. I mean, I agree with you. It's like, NFT is kind of like a Bitcoin, except with its own unique identity. That makes it like elite status for things made out of ones and zeros.
I like that numbers.
Yeah, it's like you could buy one made by Vin Scully telling his own story, like impromptu on the radio, but not on the radio just for you. And you could be the only one to hear it. And nobody could make you share it with them. That's the power of the NFT. It's true. Did you know that Vince Scully's making an NFT? Screw that. That's the one I want. If I were going to buy one, I'd buy that one. Unique access to Vin Scully's voice. Sultry telling of his story that I own. That'd be juicy. I own you now, Vin Scully. Those natives who thought that people's souls were stolen by taking their picture were wrong. You steal their souls by recording their voices telling their own stories. When Vin Scully does pass away and goes to heaven, about to go on the gates, heaven's going to say, sorry, Eric owns that part of you that would have admitted you. I'm going to have to send him a formal letter requesting if he wants to give you permission to use the facilities. Do you think the Bigfoot is one of the personality types? I think individual big feet are individual personalities like everybody else. You know, so there's an ANTP Bigfoot out there who, you know, he's always rustling around and waking people up and then they go, okay, what's you up to again? You know, he entertains them around the not campfire that they have at night. You know, because Sasquatches haven't mastered the art of fire yet, what they do is on cold evenings in the woods, they just pile up a pile of sticks, put some rocks around that, and then sit around that. They keep hoping that lightning will strike. Because sometimes that's happened in the past, and that's how they get fire. Can we get an INFP Sasquatch impersonation? Oh, 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 oh. This is the face of FI right there. That's one face of FI. Here's one face of FI that I was just doing. But here's another face of FI, but more positive. Like that. That's when you really like when the INFP Sasquatch really gets enamored of the ENTP Sasquatch. She's the only one who can shut the ENTP Sasquatch up because her waves of FI fumes confuse him. Now, I'm going to next demonstrate a very coquettish Sasquatch. I want you to imagine that my hands are a tree. That would be more like a, probably, I don't know, INFJ or ENFJ, possibly ISFJ, ESFJ, trying to be fetching. Because, of course, the dynamics of Sasquatch sexuality are identical to those of Victorian England. So, like, that's why you always see Sasquatch women riding side saddle. Because nothing should be pressed up against their vagina until they're married. Coquettish Sasquatch, Lena Dunham? I don't know who Lena Dunham is. Lena Dunham? I barely know him. Her name does sound like a lead into that kind of joke. No, don't lean it down. Just put it on the shelf. Don't lean it there. You could also do that with Lena Dunham. Where's my cigarettes? That's what I keep looking for and not finding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it when I keep looking for things and not finding them. But then forgetting that I'm looking for them. And then repeating the thing over and over again. That's called a poor relationship with the sensory world.
I have like this bruise. Because of, like, you know.
But with that, those FI faces aren't how they may be normally displayed. That's them in their private moments. When you're not looking, that's what they do. That's what every FI person is constantly doing. If you see their faces when they're in private and no one's watching, you could somehow watch a secret camera. They're in constant motion, changing from sad to excited to scared to curious to delighted to, it's like you can really see the emotion on their face. They have to purposefully, willfully keep their demeanors flat. What rubber is best? Rubber from a rubber tree is the only authentic rubber. Everything else is latex or some other equivalent. I'm tired of this consumer culture with its disposable condoms. I want to get a nice thick rubber condom that I can just use every time. Anger to anger to anger is the FI you're used to. Lexicon, come here. Oh my gosh. It's so good to see you. Is that refreshing for you then? Does that feel nice? Would you like me to gently stroke your head? There, and say there. That's called positive emotion. There. Or how about this? Hey there, special guy. Hey there, big guy. You are so special. It is great to have you. Please, come in, sit down. Here's a quilt. I'd like you to wrap yourself up in this quilt and just settle in. Here's a cup of hot chocolate. You want to be SFJ, don't you, lexicon artist? Well, good news. I may only be 22, but I'm not getting any older, and my marriage planning book is already this thick, so let's settle you down. I'm going to treat you like a child for the next 20 years until you leave me. Go ahead. Say I do. You're not putting that on Facebook. Oh, no, you are not. I do not want to be that family, okay? And we are not going to be that family that puts that on Facebook. NFTs are interesting in part because they shall replace titles, deeds, certificates of authentication, etc. A few clever title companies will see this, watch their stock. This sounds like an opportunity for all licenses all the time. Maybe all licenses all the time should get into the NFTs business. All licenses all the time and NFTs.
I think it was NFT.
An NFT is like a digital collectible.
Oh.
It's a unique digital object, like say a Bitcoin, that can't be counterfeited because of blockchain technology. So it's the first thing to which it's like the first blockchain application besides Bitcoin, or something equivalent, right? Some sort of cryptocurrency. So as such, I think it in some way has, as Horseman seems to be suggesting, at least as big a ceiling, maybe bigger. The reason being, it's always preferable to deal with an uncounterfeitable digital thing from a practicality standpoint than a counterfeitable physical thing. If you're trying to claim you have ownership of a collectible trading card with Mia's signature on it, authenticating that is very difficult because it is possible to imitate someone's signature so successfully that an expert can't really say 100% for sure. It's not really possible to say 100% for sure if a forgery is really, really good sometimes. And because of that, because you're being asked to prove a negative, that it's not a forgery, then authenticators end up being very careful about saying determinately that yes, it definitely is, or if the tests they're using are counted for by a counterfeiter, then they might authenticate a whole series of counterfeits before they catch on that, oh, these ones aren't legit because this other thing that I wasn't thinking about before. Because of that factor, it makes authenticating physical objects, especially like sports memorabilia and stuff, having a sustainable market of that stuff is almost impossible. The thing is, what's interesting about NFTs as collectibles is it basically creates an Ethereum version of my idea of that I had before of like, but except it had nothing to do with blockchains, but it was like structuring some sort of marketplace of statuses that would function as a gambling / speculation / stock market kind of thing that it basically allowed people to bet on how much public spread a person will have in the future. Like, in other words, this random person is not famous now at all. Nobody's heard of them. But I bet that they're going to increase their visibility at a much greater rate than the mean, over time. And then, you can see, I bought stock in Brad Pitt when nobody knew who he was, right? So it's like, I've had that idea before. And NFTs allow that to be a reality because it's basically like an Ethereum. You can customize it to things like that or whatever you want. And blockchain takes care of the authentication part. You don't have to actually do anything yourself to make sure to assure people that it's legit. That's the piece I didn't have in place with the idea before at all, was any way to make sure that, except for, well, I'll keep it all myself in like my own thing, so then it's just Eric's watching it, so nobody else could possibly do anything, so it's good. Or something like that. But I never did anything with it, so people are like, Eric, that's not a solution. I know, but look, Horse Mumble, that's what I'm saying. It's like the Ethereum for ideas like the one I was saying about buying stock in people, and instead of linking the stock price to the growth of a company or something, you link it to the growth of public visibility of the person. And obviously you'd have to put together a bunch of metrics. It would be some sort of really complicated kind of algorithm, obviously. But, it's like NFTs. I mean, if I were serious about that, I could set that up now, because if I could make whatever, the stock in those people be NFTs. So it would be kind of like lithographs. You say, there are only, except there has to be some mechanism by which the individual parties who are barely visible on the public sphere have like IPOs, basically, But isn't it kind of a fun idea? If you think you're a curve surfer and can spot up and comers, like that guy, that rapper over there is gonna be huge, dude. He's so the next thing or whatever. Then you'd be drawn to this kind of marketplace, it seemed to me. Stuff doer, hello. You're tipsy.
That's where.
I know what stuff you've been doing. Alcohol.
Oh, you're so rich, my handsome wonder.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. I love you.
And you're my beautiful glory.
Oh, thank you.
The magnificence of your glory is constantly re-astonishing me again for the first time forever without stopping. That rapper, Jack Harlow, ISTP? I don't know who that rapper is. You mean you? Oh, you're a rapper. That's right. I forgot you're a rapper. I forgot who you were. And now I know who you are. And I put you 2 and 2 together in my brain. I put an experience and I've connected it with you. Oh, that guy. I know, MLG. Just taking it FWS from there. Forward from there. I know MLG. Oh, that's Men Like Gods. That's MLG. I'll help you set up the program to let you see into my family shared recipe folder when next we chat. I want you and Eric and on, or at least near, the same page with me. This time, the intuition is introverted. This time it's personal. You mean this time it's FI? That's what they should say at a movie poster instead of this time it's personal. This time it's for FI reasons. Okay, sir, all the thinkers. It's not legitimate. It's for FI reasons. Nothing for FI is legitimate. You know, it's perfectly fine to use your feelings to make decisions sometimes, everybody. Nothing wrong with it. Just because you're a thinker doesn't mean it's not okay to use your feelings sometimes. Sometimes even I cry. I cry tears of joy. I cry tears of sadness. I cry tears of laughter. I cry tears of wonder. I cry tears of fear. I cry tears of security. I cry tears of love. I cry tears of all the time I'm crying. It's just that right now it's very hot in here. And my tears are evaporating before you can see them. But I'm crying right now. And if it weren't for the ridiculously high evaporation rate, there'd be tears streaming down my face right now. Every time I feel an emotion, I cry. There. Oh, like 4 in a row right there. I like sneezes. They come in at least 3s.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you never have just an even. It's not okay to have an even number of sneezes.
It's not.
No, that's a demerit when you go to see if you get into heaven or hell. If you did that too often,
No.
you add up enough demerits that comes to a point. You get -6 points, automatic hell.
Whoa.
So,
Some serious stuff.
yeah, and it doesn't matter how many positive points you get. If you have 6 negative points, you could have 1 billion positive points. Hell. So, you really want to avoid sneezing in 2s and 4s, if you can. But isn't the problem not using FI or being aware of it and becoming malevolent? I mean, the thing is, lexicon artist, from a thinker's perspective, for people who are on YouTube and around this channel especially or whatever, you're going to see individuals like, say, Marty, who came onto YouTube, began a channel saying he was an INFJ and trying to explain INFJs to people. He was definitely an ESFP. And, I mean, actually, I never typed him, so I guess my recent experience suggests he could, in theory, be an ENFJ. But he's definitely not an INFJ. The thing is, with Marty, why he's almost certainly an ESFP, you could see all the FI in impacting his ability to reason. You can almost see it on his face as he struggles to control the FI in order to sound reasonable. I don't have to do any FI control in order to sound reasonable. I mean, okay, let me change the way that's worded. I don't have to do any FI control in order for my words separate from my tone to sound reasonable. In other words, I'm making sense even as I'm screaming at you. For him, in order to make sense, he has to make sure he's not emotionally engaged. He's kept himself calm. So, Eric, if you go on Joyce Mang, what are the chances you'll end up debating her and proving her wrong, etc.? ENFP. I mean, I would, if Joyce Mang were to ask me to go on her show, I would go on her show. And if she were to treat it as an interview and interview me, then I would treat it as an interviewee and answer her questions. I wouldn't. Now, if she asked questions that implied incorrect frames of reference, so in other words, if she said, so can you explain how NI DOMs use their introverted intuition to come up with a bunch of creative divergent ideas? And I'd say, well, no, I can't explain that because you're asking me to explain a statement that's false. So I don't think she would seek out any sort of debate, and I wouldn't try to. If she were interviewing me, I would behave accordingly, which is I'd answer her questions. I wouldn't be there looking for a fight, you know? If she wants a fight and she says, come on here, I want to fight, then that's fine. I'd be happy to do that. But if she doesn't want to fight and she wanted me to go on there, that's fine too. I'm not looking for a fight. People think I'm looking for a fight because I get into a lot of fights, right? But there's a very different reality when somebody's looking for a fight and when somebody gets into a lot of fights but is not looking for one. I used to kind of be looking for a fight when I first quit drinking. I went through a phase where I was kind of like into my power because I'd been so powerless for so many years because of alcohol and because of my wife at the time, which is basically, I couldn't ever get in any kind of real arguments with her when I was drinking because before we got 2 steps into it, she'd go to like, Eric, you're a drunk, so it's like, or even if she wouldn't, I knew at all times that when push came to shove, she would. So, and that there was nothing I could say. That won the argument every fucking time, and it shut me down completely. There's nothing I could say. Like, Eric, you aren't in any position to be criticizing me about anything or talking to me about anything because you're a drunk. And you're drunk right now, and why should I talk to you? It's like, yeah, I know I'm drunk right now, but you should listen to my words anyway. And then you go, never mind. I'll go back outside and watch TV. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's the phenomenon, that's a reality that we have here in the typology community, is it's very difficult for anybody to meaningfully collaborate with me. Lijo deserves credit for her general toughness. Like, I've never gone easy on her at all. So when she one time calls TI subjective in a video, I immediately published a video saying Lijo is wrong about TI. And no, it's not. Well, it depends how you look at it. No, it's not. That's incorrect. The fact is the dichotomy, the distinctions that we're observing between a disinterested and interested calculus does comprise a real distinction, and it is a distinction of attentional manners. So whatever you want to call it, if you want to get rid of all the names and switch them up entirely or something, whatever. But the fact is, the thing that's commonly known as TI is Mia, right? So it's understandable why it's hard for me to collaborate with people. The kind of people that I might collaborate with on YouTube, in theory, would like to collaborate with me probably as colleagues. But I don't view them as colleagues. I view them as wrong pretenders. Pretenders to the throne. Because, of course, I'm treating it as though it were like, okay, let's take this seriously as though we were going to code out a big simulation of it or something and make like as though we were a corporation with a lot of funding and they could do it all right. Let's do it serious. Let's do it like smart people do it, okay? And even if other people are smart, being smart and being smart about how to do things like smart people do them are separate matters. So there's a lot of smart people around here, but almost nobody is as smart about how to do things like smart people do them as I am, because I'm a debate coach. Which is to say, I have worked for many years in the different ways that people can justify things, explain things, the different angles of attack you can take on any problem from a narrative perspective. And almost every problem has enough narrative in it that collapses down to make me more effective than most people at modeling shit, MCQs you?
Hey, GMB.
You've been banned from Twitter and Facebook? Mine is a bigger channel. I should be on Ming. I mean, hers is a bigger channel, right? I mean, I don't really care. I would like to do it. Sure, I would like to be interviewed and go on her channel and answer her questions. As I said before, I'd like that to happen if from like, anybody who wants to interview me. I want to be interviewed. But not very many people want to interview people. And so in that regard, Joyce has picked a smart modality. She's getting good views for each of the interviews because presumably they're interviews. I've never watched one, but it's an underserved niche, I guess you'd say. Meanwhile, I'm over here battling it out among people who aren't asking questions but are giving explanations, like me. So, for the explanation givers to collaborate, they're going to have to find common ground on their explanations. And that's not the case with an interviewer. They don't need to agree with you to ask you questions to explain your position. And they don't need to take a stance themselves on it at all. Joyce May charges $80 for a typing session? You mean you want to pay her to type me? That's funny. I typed her. I think I might have typed her wrong. I think I typed her. Most of her interviews are quite boring. I just read the comments on here, on her channel, as they often highlight the interesting takeaways. I mean, what kind of questions does she ask? I mean, in a way, a typing session is an interview. Did I test her TI? How does she do on the TI questions? In a way, a typing session is an interview of a person about themselves. It's like an autobiographical interview. So, in a lot of senses, in some sense, I do interview a lot of people. And if I were going to interview somebody in some other way, besides typing them, I guess it would be contingent. They'd have to have something they want to talk about, something that they're an expert in or have opinions about or something like that. Then I could interview them about that. But if I'm going to just interview random people without any particular topic, then that's the same as a typing session, more or less. I would it would just I'd end up asking people about their values and stuff like that. Maybe it would be more of a conversation than a typing session, but it wouldn't be that different from a typing session if I just interviewed people about no topic in particular. So they'd have to have something going on they want to talk about, or something that's worth hearing they're talking about and their answers to. Because most people don't have very interesting answers to most interesting questions, frankly. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. If you want to pay somebody to type me, that sounds fun. I guess I'm weird. I don't find you abrasive or condescending, just logical. I can tell if someone's on the level. I'm actually impressed by their reason. You know, you shit if I listen to that. I mean, I'm sometimes abrasive and condescending, and a lot of times I'm not. And the thing is, it depends what you prioritize, I guess. It's like, I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't like hurting people's feelings. I don't like yelling at people. Sometimes I get into if I'm feeling super manic-y, maybe I'll get in a bit of a fighting mood still, but I'm mostly over those days. I'm 50 years old now. I'm a solid 4 years older than Tom Brady, who's still playing in the NFL, you know? He's 46, right? Is that what my dad said? I think so. Maybe I just said 44, but
44.
I think 46 sounds more correct.
Let's see.
I don't know.
I don't know. It was close though.
Yeah, there's a lot of those other channels like that. Didn't your dad teach you got to break a few eggs sometimes?
Yeah, 44.
Oh, he's 44. Okay, so I'm 6 years older than him. But I was impressed with him playing the NFL at 44. You were typed by Joyce Mang. What did she type you as? The thing is, okay, for an NTP, probably if you're going to be into a channel or their content for more than just a single video or two here or there, then it's not going to be enough for you to be fed NI, right? And like most channels that are successful in talking about typology provide things that are single, easily consumed notions that basically sum up metaphorically concepts that link to MBTI. Your colleagues are your INTPs. Loyalty and respect beget each other. Peterson wouldn't be a nobody today if it weren't for his own personal team of cultivated grad students.
I like that.
I mean, you got to give the guy credit. He knew how to use people well, and that's a skill, right? You could assign me a whole team of dedicated grad students. I'd probably say, "What's on today's agenda? Please say mushrooms." Like God says, I was like, you doing the Shark Tank product review is freaking hilarious, especially when you were trying to break up the charcoal sticks. I laughed for no shit at least 20 minutes. Really? I thought I didn't think it was.
Was
that a dumb way to break them up? They were kind of hard to break up. It's really good charcoal though. I made another tri-tip in the middle of the night last night. You were typed by her and another MBTI practitioner working together. Session was only $70 though. Honestly, what's worse about a lot of the type talks on Joyce's channel is that a solid chunk of them probably aren't even typed correctly. Yeah, that's certainly plausible. Let me see what this says. Up here, I missed something. The female from the other channel who has the troll channel robot has said she stays away from the troll channel. She is not going to find him a deep thinker if he spends his time trolling, not thinking. What was the session like compared to Eric's? I was typed by her. If a person has seen so many typing sessions, how might you go about typing that person? I mean, I can talk to them about on one way to do it, and I did some of this with this lady today. I typed to the lady. I spent over 2 hours with her. I ended up typing her as INFJ, but she had watched a shit ton of typing sessions coming in. So and sometimes it makes it more efficient because I'm able to say, can you do the SI step-by-step day thing? And they know what I'm talking about. Or can you do yeah? And they know what I'm talking about, you know? But the key thing is I ask them to explain their understanding of cognitive functions that what have they taken away? So if I ask a specific question like, how do you see, how do you define, or give me an example of extroverted sensing in your own life or something, and then they give me some sort of an example, and I ask them to clarify why they think that the extroverted sensing. So, like, questions like that are good with people who've seen a lot of typing sessions before, because it reveals to me how ahead of the game they are. Like, basically, if they're right in all the answers to all the questions that I'm giving them, then they're as far ahead as they can get, And then at that point, I more have a conversation with them, because I'm not trying to describe something they haven't metacognited out already. So there's no point in trying to describe something to them that they've already considered all the implications of, or all the angles of. Instead, what I got to do is say, all right, well, with these two competing angles seeming to be at odds with each other, what do you resonate with more, and what are your reservations in answering that question? Yeah. And so it's like, one thing that's pretty consistent is INFJs are very proactively working to not game it. So they'll say things like, well, I would answer this, but I should note that I do understand that answer would mean this, and I don't want to give that answer without informing you that I know what it means to give that answer, because I don't want it to affect you without you having this complete knowledge. INFJs do that shit, right? Other types don't do that. Like, you can, ENTJs go, or ESTJs even, either one, you can trust them to, with their self-reporting, unless they're themselves deceived, not deceived, but like, they're in the midst of non-self-understanding, rather than them trying to project what they want to be. You can ask them a bunch of questions, and because they take a TE approach to the typing session they're engaged in right then, they're trying to do their part to help you do your job well, and they can be really, like, surprisingly textbook across, like, each instance of them can be textbook. And so it's like ENTJs, there's not very much difference between them. They all give the same answers to things. ESTJs, there's a lot of difference in some sense, because there's so much SI going on, but that there's so much SI going on, they're all that way, They're all that kind of, everything needs concrete examples except for what ifs, which are always negative. Well, you know why Nina's at Rational Typology? Because Rationality could not get the Penta or the Santa Maria. Boom, burn, burn, Columbus burn, boom, boom, boom. Aloe for her. You ever got a sense of personality just by the look of the person? I mean, I do have often thoughts like, this person looks kind of like a meow, or this person looks kind of like a meow. But I don't use it to type people. So I'm very ready to say, wow, I thought you looked like a meow, but it turns out you're a meow, right? But, I'd probably only even mention that you look like it if your type ends up contradicting what you look like. Can I type somebody from memory? I mean, I don't even know what that means. It's like, if I do a typing session of somebody and type them something, and you ask me the next day, what type is that person? I could, presumably if you type them from memory, I'd be remembering their answers and re-coming up with their type. Whereas if I just remembered their type, I wouldn't be typing them from memory, right? But I'm going to forget the experience of talking to them sooner than I'm going to forget the status of the thing. If you're serious about winning, especially big cheese, that means you need executive experience leading a team of adults. Your INTPs are the proper tools at this point. Use them wisely. Well, if I used them at all, it would be wise. But I have a hard time. I have a hard time receiving. I have a hard time receiving from others. I have a hard time asking of others. And that's something I got to deal with. But horse mumbler, I mean, obviously, I know who's capable of actually helping with these things. The problem is, I'm not a very good SE enabler. So it's like, I even if I were to say, as I have in the past, like I need some help. My instructions about I need some help are too vague, right? It's like I need some help figuring something out. And if I'm gonna actually get INTP to help, I'd need to come to them and say, I need your help. I need you to do this concrete thing that fits into a larger TE puzzle. And you know, it's challenging to position such that I know what to tell them to do. I guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell them to do. They aren't going to do anything unless you tell them to do something very specific, but also with enough room for them to be creative in some sense. So it's like there are some things you can ask INTPs to do that only INTPs, maybe ENTPs can do, but you almost have to already have the thing done in order to know how to explain to them how to do it. It's like, it's a challenge, whatever it is. Okay, so I think I'm going to wrap this up. And I'm going to take a bath at some point tonight. Because I'm a little ripe. The state of California sent me an angry letter threatening to declare me a biohazard if I don't bathe. Right. It's a challenge because you need to know what you already want. Or you need to have at least, it doesn't need to be necessarily what you want, but for any team to be effective, they need to have a clear understanding of what they're trying to do. You know? Well, okay, I'll keep that in mind, Horseman Boy. I'll keep that in mind. So maybe I'm thinking about it more backwards than I thought. Maybe, you know, what INTPs often have to offer other people is NI because it's demonstrative. So, and one advantage of INTP NI is that it's much less likely to suffer from the problem of holistic irreducibility. I mean, you know, it's like the first thing that comes to mind when I said that is mushrooms? Did I ask for mushrooms? Because that's what I want, is mushrooms. But that's not the sort of thing you're talking about. You don't want to. You're like, look, that's not helping you. It's just hooking you up with mushrooms. So, I know, you talk about grand visions and stuff, and it's like, well, what should I ask an IHP? The only thing that comes to my mind is, can you get me mushrooms? I mean, what if I can just ask her, right? Okay, well, yes, I can, and let's do mushrooms together and talk about this some, okay? And then, well, you know, I get back home after doing mushrooms and talking with you about it. I go, okay, so did we decide anything? Where were we? Where did we leave off? Oh, right, we were talking about framing it like that. We could look at it like this angle, right? And then, you know. Wait, what are we trying to... What? Oh, right, what do I want? Oh, that's right. I remember what I wanted. I wanted mushrooms. We're just a vicious circle. It just goes around and around. We go discuss more about different frames of reference through which we could interpret the question of what I want. Then I return home, not sure what we decided, until I recall, oh yes, that's right. I remember what I want, mushrooms. Yeah. And then we repeat the cycle again. You know, like, gosh, you live close to me? Pull me up, bro. Well, yeah, it's true. Peter didn't teach you makes a good point. If Jesus really loves me, can he get me mushrooms?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question.
Mm-hmm. Is my other card really a student loan? Can you get me mushrooms? NC. I hope that stands for near California.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, he made them available. He made what available? Mushrooms? Who's making mushrooms available to me? Where? How? When? Now? I want somebody who happens to live like 10 minutes from my house to be like, oh, I got mushrooms. Come on over in here. You pick some up. I'll charge you at cost or whatever. Or you can make some money on it too. It's fine. But, you know. That was the thing that even Adam weren't supposed to eat his mushrooms?
Jesus, mushrooms.
I doubt that. I heard it was an apple. That's what I heard. And I understand that because apples... I think what God probably meant is don't eat this until you peel it. A lot of people bite through the apple peel, but that's not a good way to eat apple. I do too because I'm lazy. It's God's ISTJ way of saying, don't be lazy, peel your apple.
I never think of peeling it.
Peeling what? An apple?
Yeah, because I'm always eating it like as a snack or on the go. That's...
Alright, well, you and I will chat, okay? I'm confused. Every time I come to the stream, the guy is talking about mushrooms with a bong in his hand. This shit is crazy. It's remarkably, strikingly, distinctly sane when compared to just about everything else that you encounter on YouTube. Either things on YouTube either lack substance or are substantively nuts, you know? So it's like, you know, if you're going to talk about personality types and attentional manners and stuff, then you're tackling some serious philosophy there. It's basically about the relationship between observation, agency, and consciousness, and all these various things that can in fact be mapped, but requires some very word-oriented thinking. And that also goes along with, naturally, being somebody who's very much about putting words out there. It means it goes along with a certain kind of relationship with my sensing, which is to say, I expect to be allowed to persist in a land where we have turn-based kind of time. I want to be in that land. And what turn-based time means is I'm talking, and time doesn't really pass except in the sense of whether I've completed what I have to say or not, right? In other words, the duration of that doesn't have anything to do with the meaning of the statements, although it may have something to do with your capacity to understand them. Well, no, it's just, if you're word-oriented thinking means your thinking is architecturally aligned with reducing things to binaries. So, if you begin with high-resolution reality and then think, what's the word that represents that as a default nature, you're not going to think that binaries matter very much. If, on the other hand, you understand a concept and think, well, what's an example that represents this, then you're going to have trouble sometimes remembering that you should check your experience to make sure the map is accurate too, you know? For example, as I mentioned earlier, for a long time I operated under a frame, an assumed frame of reference that said, sleep must operate like this. When you wake up in the morning, you have a full battery of awakeness, and it gradually goes down, and then at night you have none left, and that's when you go to sleep. That's the most sensible way to understand how you must get sleepy and wakeful and stuff. Except it's not like that at all. People's sleep patterns are fucking weird, and it's like poop. If I have to poop really bad, it goes like this. Here's the curve, you know. Here's where it comes out of your butt, okay? I just pooped really bad, but I took too long, and it pulled back in. And it pulled back in now, right? So if you were to accept the reality that poop operates on the intuitively logical system that you have to go poop more and more and more and more and more, and then when you reach escape velocity, then the poop comes out whether you want to stop it or not, right? But it doesn't work like that, because your body doesn't work like that. But if you're a mapping type, you might be so assuming that your intuition regarding the mechanics of things, your assumptions regarding the mechanics of things, and intuitions regarding that, well, you're gonna just by default try to project your map onto the experience, and it's not until the experience jarringly contradicts with the map a few times that you update the map and go, wait, it doesn't seem to be the case that I get, once I'm I'm really sleepy right now and it's like 2 p.m., it doesn't mean I'm just going to get increasingly sleepier until bedtime. It doesn't work like that. So, in other words, when I am sleepy, just like when I have to poop, if I had a good relationship with my sensing, I would take my nap then. I would poop when I needed to poop. Instead, I'll poop when I'm done saying all of this stuff, because I'm in non-timed land here, right? It's turn-based time. I'm still answering the last guy's question, and it's been 15 minutes of me pontificating like this or whatever, for example. So during that 15 minutes, on the level that I care about, time isn't passing except sequentially in terms of the meanings come in a certain order, but the duration of how I express them doesn't matter in terms of what the meanings actually say. And my body is saying, Eric, you as a being, as a biological being, are not in turn-based time. You're in real time. And you can't say, okay, I'll take my turn to poop after I'm done saying all of this stuff, because your poop's not going to wait for you necessarily. See what I'm saying? Jungian theories draw midwits like shit draws flies. I mean, I think it draws intuitives, okay? So it's like Jung provides a lot of archetypal metaphor stuff that seems to universally resonate with both people's experiences and the implication that there's some sort of architecture to the progression of a being through life, right? But the idea that there's an architecture of the progression of a being through life means also necessarily that there's an identity of an entity that is doing that moving through life that stays the same. So, in other words, for Jung, it's like this whole typology thing boils down to how do we understand the person's individual experience as an expression of a common human experience. And if we can do that, then we will have rendered this non-NI nonsense into proper NI form. And that's his end goal there. He's not necessarily needing to validate it as a logical theory, because ultimately that's his metaphorical message, is that we can render everyone's individual experiences into examples of these universal narrative components. So, my body is saying that turd is touching cotton. And the thing is, nobody asked a question about poop, but it's a good example in that it allows you to say, show the difference between my body moving on real time, not turn-based, whereas my personality is focused on turn-based. And so as a consequence, being an HP necessarily means I'm going to get constipated a lot. And then you go like, oh, I'll get cramps and have big ass like colon blow poops. It's like that's what it means to be an NE Dom. It defines that relationship with your SI, that you tend to always say real-time shit I'm assuming is going to operate like turn-based stuff, that until it's my turn it'll just sit there, wait, and not change status at all. Of course, that's not reality, and so that's why SI is the slowest growth area for an EHP, and FE is a little bit faster of a growth area. The very idea that I poop actually makes me sick. Sounds like you don't have a very, very loving relationship with your SI. Next time, listen to me, Lexicon. This is important. Next time you go into poop, to start to build that loving relationship with yourself, after you poop, I want you to go like this. Okay? The slowest growth for an EHP. What I mean is, the best we'll ever do with our SI is make small instead of big mistakes. We're never going to, it's never going to be an area of achievement for us. So, we're satisfied, we're perfectly satisfied with things as they are with our SI until SI causes us a problem. So, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, oh, I'm starving, I'm going to puke, I haven't had anything to drink in 3 hours. Right? I hate pooping in public bathrooms. No way. I will just hold it and wait till I get home. Unless I can't, then I'll have to go to the bathroom, obviously. It's better to poop in a public toilet than in your pants. Jung's discovery of the self gives people of the modern godless world a way to connect to matter and spirit. And of course, there's a completely unnecessary kind of created object called this universal unconscious that's not necessary to explain the universality of the archetypes. In other words, the reason there's universality of the archetypes is implicit to the capacity to communicate via language. It has nothing to do with some sort of magical interperson connection. It's like it's a feature of the hardware. It's a feature, not a bug. If it were representative of people having actual knowledge without any experience at all or something, and you could test like, well, while they're still 1 month old, they're all magically connected to some central thing. No, that's not necessary to explain it, right? You just go, the biological hardware is designed to support language at a certain level and experience at a certain level. So, if your machine is customized for language, it's decustomized for experience, and vice versa. Does TWFP have a Discord or Facebook group or something? Not really. I mean, we have a Facebook group that has a fair number of people in it, but I spent about 5 minutes on Discord before I was like, take TWFP off this Discord server's name. I want nothing to do with this fucking thing. It's a toxic waste dump. What is Discord filled up with? It's filled up with wannabes, right? Like a bunch of people who want to be the person pontificating, but they basically want to beat people in arguments. So they don't have anything worth pontificating about. They just want to show that they're more capable of winning arguments than somebody else, right? And for, I mean, the problem is this. I'm a serious example of something of which there's not really supposed to be any serious examples anymore, which is to say, I'm an actual philosopher. And it's like whoever claims they're a philosopher, right? Like, what do you do? What's your job? What's your man? I have a question. Why do you think if you don't write poetry, you're not an ENTP? I may have said those words in that video. That was an old video. But no, I don't think if you don't write poetry, you're not an ENTP. I think if you can't imitate pretty well me writing poetry on the fly, you're not an ENTP. You might do it and say, the thing I just did was completely fucking crap garbage, makes me cringe, I hated every second of it. But you would be able to do it. That last ENTP chick that I typed, that her video's up there, you can see her out poetry me on the fly, even though she's not somebody who writes poetry. You can see her kill it with that Australia. What did she rhyme with Australia again? Tell ya. I gotta tell you. Well, the point is, Diamond, if you view poetry as an art, then you might have meow perspective on it. But if you view it as a skill set and essentially saying, how easily can you imitate rhythmic patterns and rhyme patterns on the fly that I establish, then it's no longer an art you're doing, it's just a skills test that you're demonstrating you're capable of doing. So like, if I'm going to say, okay, finish this poem. I went outside to find a giant squirrel. And when I found one, and when I found it, I then gave a yelp. this squirrel had upon it several girls who claimed to ride upon him so to help. So in that sense, I've demonstrated like the same rhythm pattern for each line, and the rhymes for A and B and C and D. It's not a good poem or anything. It's not like, oh, that's very clever or anything. It just executes the minimum, which is get the meter right, get the rhymes right. If you can sort of do that pretty well, if you can write the next stanza and go, okay, next stanza. The squirrel had been out collecting nuts. When first I saw his little paw prints there, I snuck up on him, sliding on my butt, and was amazed at gasping squirrel air. I don't know, something, you know. The point being, you're not trying to do poetry. You're trying to demonstrate deftness with those elements of language that are not meaning based, namely meter, rhyme, right? When I first teach metered verse to students, I start by putting a bunch of words up on the board of various syllable lengths and syllabicating with accent marks, and teach them to just put together random words that fit the pattern without caring at all about what the words say. Because if you're not an NTP, you have to be taught this trick as with a workaround heuristic. They don't intuitively just generate things that fit that pattern frame like NTPs do. Alright, so let me scroll up and see. Would the same apply for second slot SE with something mechanical? Well, I mean, when I went over to Jeffrey's house, Jeffrey's dad is an ISTP. It was Jeffrey's dad, Jeffrey's mom, and me. Chloe wasn't there. Jeffrey's dad's an ISTP, and when it came time to actually test the concept and Dremel down these corners, the concept that I had suggested and brought the Dremel tool attachments for, he insisted on doing it. He wouldn't let Jeffrey do it. He didn't even look at my direction so I could even try to grab it. He insisted on doing it. So I see that as SE tool. Like, I'm the one who's going to do it. You guys stand there and watch. If one of us is going to do it, it's going to be me. And you're going to stand there and watch. Satchel of Helpful Goods is poetry. I agree with you. The best songs have lyrics that resonate as a poetic component to listeners, and I appreciate you saying that song does. I know you're ENTP, so you just talk off the cuff all the time, lol, but do you have a Google Doc or website with the basics of your whole approach laid out? A lot of people always ask me that question. There is a book called Exciting Tables and Words About Human Personality. It is not really laid out all the specifics. I periodically make yet another video that says, here's all the basics or whatever. But I will run down for you, like ASAP right now, the gist of shit. Number one, we got to define some terms, and we got to define them in ways that are operationalized, so you can use them to eliminate certain things and blah, 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 blah. So first you got to define type. We define it as a configuration or a strategy towards attaining the prime directive, which is essentially having a correct relationship between map and territory, which is, say, for territory to not deviate from your expectations very much, or from your expectations and to be substantiated satisfactorily by reality. Depends on which kind of person you are as to which angle you come from, right? So, that's the definition of a type then, and explains the prime directive. We've got to be able to justify then each type's behavior. We can say, we can convert it to the same units, sort of, so to speak. We can say, if asked, well, why is this person doing this behavior? We could first answer with something like, well, because of this cognitive function thing. But then if asked, well, why do they have that cognitive function thing at all? Like, then you say, okay, the reason this behavior happens the way it does is, for example, a BPD person might, Rachel, you want to try taking that inside where it's quiet so you won't be bothered by me? Thanks. Like how I turn that around so she won't be bothered by me. So the thing is, if a BPD person is traumatized in childhood, it means they lose the capacity to trust sufficiently that they really can't have a healthy, intimate adult relationship with a partner. The explanation that having a prime directive allows us to give, which makes good sense, and if it's the right prime directive, every sort of explanation like this should resonate intuitively as basically true. It's the only test we really have for it. But a BPD person, the more they love you and want to be with you, that tends to increase the amount they attack you. And it makes no sense unless you recognize the fact they're trying to make the territory fit their map. Their map says everybody betrays them. They've heretofore, okay, love you. It's like in their childhood when they were traumatized, that was a time when they were going to determine some very early mapping elements that people set up and don't really change thereafter. And instead of the map teaching her that she could trust people usually, or that she could trust people sometimes, it taught her that the people she needed to trust most would betray her. So, as a consequence, we can explain BPD as a successful strategy to make map and territory align. And the reason it's unhealthy is because we're choosing the map over the territory when the territory is better. And we could describe healthiness as choosing the appropriate thing based on the context. If they really love me, they'll put up with even this. Right. And if they don't put up with it, then you were right in your distrustful, assumptions that they're not really, they're going to do something, You just proved right, and then, see, I knew better than to trust anybody. Right. It's unrealized self-sabotage. Even when it's realized, they can't necessarily stop it. One of the more tragic things I encountered in that whole process with Kimberly was, she was almost never vulnerable with me. Or in conversations about us with anybody, really. But one time we were talking to somebody, I don't remember who it was, and actually, I don't think I was even present. I think it was reported to me after the fact, but she basically said to somebody that I get up in the morning and I say to myself, Kimberly, you're not going to shit on Eric today. And then I forget for a second and I find myself saying awful things to him again. So it's like she couldn't help it. She literally couldn't help it. Even when she was aware of it and was actively trying to stop it. I mean, at that point, it was way too late. She had done too much damage, you know? Yeah, I'm familiar with that title of that book. I never read the book, but that's the perfect um that's the perfect way to put it. Or I mean, it's the neatest NI way to put it. I hate you, don't leave me. Or I love you. That's why I have to make you leave me. It would be another good title for it, you know. No, she was. I the thing is, I diagnosed that almost immediately with her. In a bedroom sense, it was like, you're physically very open to me, but you aren't giving me any of your authentic self at all. Like, there's no. She wouldn't ever let me take charge of any narrative in that context. So, if I wanted to have sexual intercourse with her, then the process would be I'd try to make it happen. She'd shoot me down and get me like all kind of like hurt feelingsy. And then she, all right, come on. Like that, you know. It was fucking awful. But the thing is, I was way behind in the sense that I had to process all these FI things as TI things. Like, okay, why is this not okay? I had to explain to myself why things weren't okay before I could object to them. Good morning, Bozo. Are you a sad clown or a happy clown? Sad clowns are sad. They've got a big clown frown. But happy clowns are glad. They've got a big clown smile. Medium clowns don't exist, Bozo. It's not just ISFJs who have BPD. No. Just because my ISFJ happened to have BPD, and it makes sense that the SI would make them more susceptible to it. I also know an INFP who's BPD, and she's quite a mess, frankly. I don't know very many ISFPs. I would imagine that every type is capable of being BPD if they're traumatized. No human being is going to endure early childhood trauma without suffering lifelong damage, because the process of being is one of constructing your identity and your consciousness and stuff, and that means laying down your mapping assumptions at a certain point where you can't go back and redo them. And when it comes to things like emotional security, there isn't any reason to it, right? So it's like when I was a little kid and I cried, I was never told, shut up, stop your crying, or anything like that. I was always treated fairly and lovingly. And so when I go into the world as an adult, I go into the world with the presumption that everybody's fair and loving. Even though I've experienced plenty of things here between early childhood and now, as an adult, early adulthood or whatever, I still basically think, until I personally get burned badly, that I can and should afford everybody general trust. My first wife cheated on me, and that was a trauma that did lasting damage, but not lifelong damage. So, in other words, it did impact my ability to trust for years afterwards. I never questioned the first wife at all, or thought about it at all, or was worried or concerned, even when there were clues I should have been picking up on that I should have been concerned about. Once I found out she cheated, then I was unreasonably and unnecessarily concerned about my next wife. Was in the room in time when she confided her distress at her inability to say anything nice. She said when she tried she'd go blank or it would come up bad. It was tragic. Yeah, it really was. I mean, because the thing is, Kimberly's a good person. I genuinely loved her, to the best of my ability, and of course, the other thing is being in a relationship with somebody with BPD means you are going to have a lot of intense emotional experiences with the person. Even if they're negative, you become kind of like war buddies, the thing that makes it impossible for me in general to like be a player or something is what was traumatizing to me coming out of that relationship, more than what she had done to me in the relationship, was the fact that I had been spending 2 years plus constructing various narratives that included who I was, who she was, how we'd come to be, and how we were impacting each other into the future and stuff. And I've been doing a shit ton of narrative work because she was so difficult, right? So as soon as we broke up, I felt relief, because, but it was, I really felt, which I hadn't felt before, this sense of data loss. Like, God damn it, I have wasted 2+ years slave working on these narratives to try to get them to all work properly while I got this completely fucked up person trying to fit into my nice, neat narrative here, right? What a waste of time and energy. What a horrible tragedy for my SI. In other words, my SI is assuming these stories are settled, and so it creates that horrible experience that sometimes happens where, like, what happened one time when I was in the car with Rachel not that long ago, maybe 6 months ago or something. I started driving to my house in Temple City, thinking we were going home there. And I had this, like, weird time disconnect where I realized that beneath that was a lot of assumptions about what I was going to happen when I got home to Temple City. And it was like, oh, I was in a different reality for a second where I still lived in Temple City. This Side of Paradise by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Amory Blaine, the protagonist, was ecstatic when he finally wrote his first tercet, as opposed to his usual couplets. Who wrote amazing self-help books? Listen, if I'm going to write a book, I'm not going to call it a self-help book. I'm going to call it a me help you book. If you're helping yourself, why do you need my book? Yeah, they do. That's exactly true, Boba Fett. The problem with all self-help gurus, life coaches, and such is that almost none of them, if any, know anything about how to properly customize what they're saying to the other person's attentional manners and the needs thereof. BP stands for bipolar. BPD stands for borderline personality disorder. And they're dramatically different things. BPD can't really be cured or solved. It can just maybe the negative impacts on others can be minimized, Bipolar, on the other hand, is not implicit to the person. It's a process problem, and that leads to, like, your browser window seizing all your resources, and then you gotta shut down the computer and restart it again. It's like that. So all you got to do is fix that driver problem. The thing is, it's much easier to fix a driver problem when you're talking about computers than it is when you're talking about brains. Because the driver problem is something like a combination of a weird kind of serotonin problem. But when we solve that, then we have the other kind of serotonin problem. And then we go. So, what happens is, what has happened with bipolar mania is, until recently, they didn't have a solution to it, but now they do. And it was just, they had to find the exact right combination of things, and it's like a magic bullet. A magic bullet. And if anybody doubts this, all they need to do is review a lot of video of me and Rachel before she got on the right combination of drugs and after. And it's been, the thing is, before she got on the right combination of drugs, she was in varying degrees of being well treated. So some days she'd be almost totally sane, and some days she'd be pretty sane, and some days she'd be, this is gonna be a rough day, but she was never, it was never not there, right? And then once they got the right combination of drugs, like literally like an hour at most after she took that last component, the Prozac, the next day, I could see it was clear as day. Oh my God, you were perfectly sane. You've been fixed. It was a miracle. It was amazing. Well, here's the thing, Silent. $100 may be like $600 in your country, but it's like $100 in my country. So, unfortunately, this is where I spend my money, so we have to go on that scale. Tony Robbins. He seems like a positive guy. Tony Robbins, I gotta give it to you. I'm not gonna deny it. You are a positive guy. I see we've got a complex problem here. Fortunately, Tony Robbins has brought some all-purpose positivity. It'll solve any problem. Man, my gods, your old girlfriend. The thing is, here's what you gotta respect. For a bipolar person who's not properly medicated, it's not better than bipolar itself necessarily. So, in other words, if she was on a bunch of lithium and Seroquel and trazodone, she's not feeling like herself or good. She was just not so much of a problem for you. Okay? Whereas, once you get cured, that's not the thing anymore. It's not like that. There's this like, I'm back. I'm fine. It's been years. It's quite remarkable. It's like somebody who gets hearing when they're born deaf and gets hearing later or something, Except, of course, they remember before they were crazy, too. Because nobody's bipolar when they're 5 years old. Boba Fett, listen. You say weak sauce, but I say let's be more positive. It's simply sauce that's not too spicy. And that's a great kind of sauce. Thank you so much for your positive contributions. What you need to do is set some goals, plan out a series of steps that you're going to take to meet those goals, and then just follow through, follow through, follow through. It's the only way to live. I don't want to walk on fire, obviously, for obvious reasons. I can think of at least 10 different things that make more sense to walk on than fire, including water, which you can't even walk on. You know? Why not walk across a wood floor? That's not fire. I can do that, no problem. Why not walk across the carpet? Why not walk down the asphalt? How about walking on some dirt? Maybe walk across some crunchy leaves in the autumn. That's a nice sound. Walking on fire, that's a way to hurt your feet. Be sensible, Tony Robbins. Be sensible. You have chosen a poor flooring option. I suggested these nice imitation hardwood panels. You went with fire. That's not a good place to walk. Oh, you think that's badass, walking on fire? Have you ever walked on a hardwood floor? That's badass. You could easily slip and fall. And that's going to kill you. Whereas fire is just going to burn your feet. So live on the edge a little bit, why don't you? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you fucking grow up and live a little? Okay? You try walking across a hardwood floor with socks on. It's like Russian roulette. It's like Russian roulette, except the gun is my cock, and my head is your mom's face. You never know when it's going to go off. You can get an infection. Can I? Are there still any left? Are you sure? I'm not too late? I was like beating myself up. I was like, I think I'm too late for the infections. Do we need to turn in our forms for the slow pitch softball team by this weekend? Ideally, yes. I will accept them on Tuesday. By noon, though. Because then I got to send it into the league. And if I don't get in by 4... you're not playing on Saturday, okay? You're not playing on Saturday. Well, that's why I've begun my imitation Tony Robbins program, in which I encourage people to put red hot charcoal down their pants. That's badass. That is badass. I fill up a diaper, a pull-on diaper, a pull-up, with red hot charcoal, and then I have somebody else lift the person up and just drop them into the leg holes. Whoop! Right up there. Walking on fire is for babies. Dipping your junk in lava? That's what a man does. Okay, so she never got to try it then, right? She didn't get to try it because she rejected it before she tried it. Listen, Adrian, I'm glad you mentioned that because I wanted to announce to everybody a formal change. From now on, I'd like everybody to refer to what heretofore has been known as my penis as my wiener. Please. Please respect my pronouns. Did you get the inflection variant? I'll trade you my COVID infection in exchange for your urinary tract infection. That seems like a pretty good deal. You should jump on that while it's still available. You know what I got? You know what Corey gave me? He gave me some of those, uh, supposedly like magical COVID healing pills or whatever, ivermectin or something like that. I'm like, why do I want this? He's like, no, these are hard to get now. It's expensive now. When I got it, it was super cheap. I'm like, yeah, but I don't have COVID, and I don't know if I'd take these even if I did. But okay, thanks. It's like, why aren't these mushrooms? You know? That's what I keep asking myself. Every time I touch an object in the world, I think, why isn't this an eighth of mushrooms? Do you ever find yourself wondering that as well? It's like, hey, universe, quit conspiring to keep mushrooms away from me. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I hang on to them. I got them. They're over here somewhere. Yeah, I still have them. Natural immunity, it works. Yeah, I've got a lot. I'm immune to lots of things because I've had those diseases before. Number one on the list, chicken pox. That's right, bros and sisses. I had chicken pox before they had a vaccine for it as a child. I think all the parents in the neighborhood pulled this shit where they get us all together to all get chicken pox. Your second person subject pronoun is me, and your first person subject pronoun is you. So don't get it backwards. Anybody like switch out like plurals and singulars like that and say, no. My pronouns are the same as normal, except I've switched the plurals and the singulars. So I'm always we, and you're always y'all, but your all is always you, and them is always he, unless it's all chicks, in which case it's she. Off-label uses. I'd tell you one thing I did that I regretted was I like back when Rachel was on her old drug regimen. She was taking trazodone, Seroquel, lithium, something else. I don't know. She was on a few different things. And I had taken one of the things that she took to help her go to sleep back then. She doesn't take those anymore. And I wanted to take one last night. Was it last night? No, night before. And I got it backwards. I meant to ask for a trazodone, but I asked for a Seroquel. I couldn't remember which I had taken before. I took that Seroquel the other night. That shit is awful. Oh my god, that stuff is fucking awful. It made me feel mentally ill. Seroquel did. I was like desperately asleep, like desperate to go to sleep. But every time I tried to sleep, I'd feel this crawling out of my skin feeling, and I'd pop up like it was awful. Don't ever do Seroquel. Trazodone, though, I was fine. I took that one. Was the one I actually took her. Trazodone is just I'm the one I wanted to take is just an antihistamine. It's an antihistamine that, like a lot of antihistamines, make you sleepy, but it's like it's so much so that it's almost more like a sleeping pill than an antihistamine. But it gets you to sleep by the same mechanisms as antihistamines rather than something like, say, Klonopin, which is a benzo, or Ambien, which is, I don't even know what that is, but it's a weird drug, I guess, Ambien. Trazodone's an old antidepressant. Oh, well, I think it makes you sleepy. Because it wasn't the Seroquel because I know I'd not taken that stuff from her before because I would have remembered that awful shit. But trazodone successfully made me sleepy without making me feel insane. If you get the coof, you'll also need 1,000 IUs of D3 and 15 kilos, 200 per 15 kilos. Oh, I see. Well, unfortunately, man, like God, I don't have any weight in kilos. I only have a weight in pounds. Antihistamines potentiate cognitive decline through speeding up the process. What do you mean by potentiate it? Make it possible? No. I want to know what you mean by potentiate. Puking dilute pathetic anus of death is a fantastic way to sign off after chewing someone out. Or you could use the burn I put in the earlier video. Listen, I'm the mentally retarded one here, and you're the one being dumb. Yeah, I have Down syndrome. And even I am saying right now, you are being dumb. So, what do you make of that? Listen, I can't even ride on public transportation because I'm so mentally delayed, as they say, that I can't stop myself from masturbating on the bus. And I'm able to tell that you're being dumb. Like that. Increase the power, effect, or likelihood of something. Okay. Potentiate meaning increasing the likelihood of cognitive decline? Is that what you said? Cognitive decline, yeah. Well, I mean, presumably there's a meow and then a decline at the end. The thing is, I'm not really worried about shit like that because I'm an NTP, so mentally, like, I just recently hit 25 adulthood as far as ENTPs go. ENTPs don't finish their cognitive development until they're almost 50 years old or something. Because we're thinking about very complicated things, and we have to gather shit tons of information, and we only retain little bits of the shit tons of information we gather, so then we have to regather it again. And, you know, it takes a long time to get to where you're ready to operate as a full adult intellectually. I suspect I've got a good 20 years left or so at this level of intellectual ability, and then I'll start to possibly slow down a bit. I don't think that antihistamines are going to have anything to do with it at all, because if it was the antihistamines, it was probably the meth. You know what I'm saying? Because meth is like a super antihistamine. Clears your sinuses right out. Fine motor function, memory loss, etc. can all be defined as cognitive decline. Okay, whatever. Drugs are bad, right? One way or another, we scientists are going to prove it. We don't care how much bullshit we have to push. We don't care how deeply we have to hedge our claims one way or another. God damn it, we're gonna prove our intuition and establish that yes, drugs make you dumb. How do I reckon INTJs compare in terms of maturity speed? I mean, I would say that INTJs, uh, it's like they hit intellectual maturity much younger than ENTPs, but emotional maturity probably later, and we're not, not like ENTPs hit emotional maturity early. So I think that INTJs are secretly emotionally very immature. Just as I'm not secretly emotionally very immature in terms of my displays to others, right? Hey, look at me, mom, is not a very mature core value to have. And yet it is my core value. So that's why I would say I think INTJs emotionally mature very slowly. But having worked with an INTJ student named Grace, who was a debater, not the Grace who's the ISTP that you might have known from this channel, but a girl named Grace that you don't know from this channel. And she really brought out the best in me. In other words, she had me on point, even as a middle schooler. If I start going off on a tangent or am trying to coach her in ways that don't link directly to results right now, she's gonna get me back on task. And the thing is, it was so interesting the way that INTJs learn debate so much differently than INTPs do. So for INTP, what I do is explain the concept and say, you get the gist of it? And they go, yeah. And that's it. And then later on I go, okay, so remember that thing C that I told you that you said you got the gist of? Yeah. Okay, you're going to put that here after card G where you explain that other thing. I go, okay. And then they get to C and they give me the gist of it. No problem. They understood it. They remember it. No problem. But it's not the exact words I said, probably. And so I'm going to have to maybe tweak it, depending on how old the INTP is. If they're young, they might be overreaching in certain areas and say, no, listen, phrase it like this because I don't want you to be vulnerable to this other question that would be asked. It could be asked if you phrase it like that. So I might have to do a little bit of that with INTP. INTJ, I go, okay, so here's the argument. Here's the gist of it. She says, say it again. And then I say it the exact same way I just said it. She says, say it again. And I say it the exact same way I just said it. And then she goes, okay. And she says it the exact same way I just said it. And it doesn't vary thereafter. So I had to make sure the way I said it was the exact way I wanted it said. Right? Because that's how she's going to learn the argument. When I tell her to get the gist of it, it doesn't do me much good because she gets the gist of it, but that doesn't mean she can express it in her own words on the fly like an INTP can. Instead, she appreciates the precision of having learned to say it exactly a certain way, because that way it's accounted for all possible phraseology differences that might provoke or leave yourself vulnerable to this kind of line of attack or that kind of questioning or whatever, As to who was a better debater, Edmund the INTP or Grace the INTJ, Edmund won more things maybe, but Grace may have won some more impressive tournaments, won more impressively in some ways. There was a tournament where Grace ran my Nation K, which basically critiqued, there was a national service topic. It said people in the United States should have to do national service, like there'd be a draft or Peace Corps or something like that, right? And she ran a K saying the word nation does not refer to an object of analysis, rather it's a rhetorical device that's used to appeal to people's loyalties, agreement, and so forth in political discourse. And so since my opponent defines and is operating under the assumption that the nation is in fact an object of analysis, and that we can analyze how a given perspective policy is going to impact its well-being or interests, they can't win, because it's like talking about how this orange dances better than that orange. Neither orange dances at all, right? So she destroyed everybody with that case. And I mean, it's like it's the sort of thing that never really works as I envision it, because kids don't run it as I envision it, except Grace ran it perfectly. And she just, it was, when she walked out of her room when she was an egg, she walked out tracking bloody boot prints behind her, because whoever had been in that round with her just got tore the fuck up. That's what I love about debate. I love all the war metaphors and stuff, you know? You got these nerdy kids talking about public policy, but when they talk among themselves and with their coaches and stuff about debate, it's a whole different matter, right? It's just like any other sport. You want to win. And, you know, debaters are generally a bunch of drug enthusiastic, foul-mouthed iconoclasts, you know? And so you get these great weird phenomena like, you know, this kid in a suit coming out of a room, and this other girl like in this super fancy businessy girl clothes. I don't know what I always told the debaters, boys wear a suit and tie, girls wear the girl equivalent, whatever that is. I don't even know. All right, so you see this kid all dressed up in a suit, all super fancy with like his laptop and shit, storming out of the room, and the girl goes, "What happened?" "I just got totally ass raped on agent specificity. It's like the courts are a fucking idiot." It's like, that's beautiful, right? These parents are like, "Oh, good, I'm going to get my kid to do the thing where they dress up in a suit and go talk about fancy stuff." But it's like, they're still debaters, and in some ways, like that movie, what was it, American Pie, where that girl says, "This one time at band camp." The original thing for that was based on debate camp, because debate camp's like that. It's like, if you're in high school and you go to debate camp, it's basically drug and sex summer. And debate camp is the only place, I never went to debate camp, but debate camp is the only place where the dude who's the best debater, or the chick who's the best debater, gets her pick of the people. It doesn't matter what she looks like or anything. If you are like, I won Green Hill, you can fuck any debater at that place. So it's a great community in which, like, sexual viability links to debate skill. Who else is like those? No girls, no other girls besides debate girls think that's sexy that you won that argument with your cap K. You know, it's like nobody thinks that's cool, or thinks like, "Oh, I want to get with that guy," right? Except for debate girls. Same thing with the girls. No guy wants to get with this girl who's like, I don't know if you should really do that, because recently there was a resolution passed in the United Nations that indicates blah, 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 and it does. I'm not saying we should follow that. I respect national sovereignty, obviously, but I'm just saying, it made me think maybe we do have a preemptive moral responsibility here. No guy thinks that's sexy, right? Except for debate guys. So, in that sense, it's a great community because you've got all these smart kids who, instead of being forced to be like nerds, get to be cool. Because debate is like nerds but with drugs, and that makes it way more cool. Nerds with drugs are way cooler than nerds without drugs. I think we can all agree on that. I gotta go get more coffee creamer from the garage. This appears to be our last backup tub. We're going to have to restock. We go through a lot of coffee creamer. When I go to the grocery store to get coffee creamer, I literally get 6 of these things. I spend like $36 just on coffee creamer because these are like $6 a piece. You guys are going to be so jealous when you see this delicious looking coffee. Look at this. Ooh, yeah. Doesn't that make you want to slurp? Does it make you want to slurp it up? Does it make you want to slake your thirst on coffee? Debater equals lead guitar guy for nerdy INTJ women. Yeah. If you play lead guitar in a prog rock band, ideally ragecore, INTJ women are putty in your hand. You like your black with Splenda? Does he appreciate being called your black? That's kind of racist, don't you think? Why don't you just call him your boyfriend or your friend with benefits or whatever? Why you guys be so reductive? Oh, wait, you meant you like your coffee black. My mistake. I may be projecting here. Maybe that's a Rorschach thing. Was that a Freudian slip? Because, the other day what happened, I had been African American all day. And I stopped paying attention, and I said the N-word. And I realized that before I had said it, I had changed races, and I was actually Inuit. I tried to make it off like that was Inuit slang as well, but I don't think anybody believed me. So then I started calling them Eskimos, and I just dug myself into a deeper hole. Who was it that was telling me about the Eskimo thing? The Eskimo is actually a pejorative term that other Native American tribes use to talk shit about Eskimos. So in other words, it's like if people in Durham, North Carolina, called people in some other city in North Carolina. I can only think of one city in North Carolina. Some other city like Fredericksburg. You go, those are them Freddies down from Fredericksburg, but they're all North Carolinians. Well, that's supposedly why Eskimo is offensive, because it's like the people from Durham call the people from Fredericksburg Freddies, but then the European visitor comes and they're like, oh, but those are called Freddies. Okay, but they don't know. And then they go back and they just start using the term normally, right? And they learn years later, oh, you don't like to be called the Freddies? I did not know that. I thought that's what it was called. The Eskimos, they live in the igloos. They have the pies. No? Inuit. Inuit pie. No one's going to eat that. Inuit pie. Inuit pie. Not gonna lie, that Inuit pie reminded me why I always said I like some Eskimo ladies, yeah. That's a play on the word pie, you see. It's a double entendre. Can we get rid of all words that have R-E at the end and replace it with E-R? Should be a double entendre. That's better. I don't want any more R-E's at the end of words. No more. I'm done. I'm done with them. I don't think the ENTP is the best debater. It's either INTJ or INTP. It's a crapshoot. It's a toss-up. Thing is, INTP gets better with less good coaching. INTJ, if you've got a good enough coach, their ceiling is as high as the coach. Well, they'll both be tier now. They'll both be tier. That's what'll happen. It'll just be like deer, D-E-E-R and D-E-A-R. They sound the same. They'll also be spelled the same now, and that's fine. Cherokee means funny sounding speech, and Apache meant something like bloodthirsty. I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to identify a group of people by pointing to something that they share and not have that thing eventually come to be seen as racist or reductive, because, of course, individuals are not first and foremost members of their groups. They are first and foremost individuals. And to the extent that their groups are legitimate, ideally they're consensually chosen and or naturally occurring loving family relationships. Can we ban homophones? Listen, Jonathan, heterosexuals are not the only people who need to call someone, okay? Homos do too. If you want to ban homophones, why don't you just ban lesbian phones and straight people phones too? Because homos have just as much right to make a phone call as we regular folk do. But play on words. I'm an INTP, but for me it's hard to translate my thought process into coherent speech. For you and every other INTP, because normally you're trying to speak about things that are naturally occurring. So if I ask you, can you explain your conceptions of justice? First, I will go through you attempting to explain justice, realizing you need to explain your concept of social systems and political institutions first. And then you need to explain how you have a different system for evaluating the legitimacy of political systems from others. And then you need to explain why you have that different system. And then you need to make some disclaimers about how what you're going to say, therefore, might easily be misinterpreted. But that I need to remember that foremost, that framed angle is within this metaframe. That's what you will do if you are asked something on the fly to try to explain something complicated. But debate frees up the INTP, because instead of having to figure out how they're going to explain something really complicated when they're asked questions, They figured it out ahead of time and wrote it all down. It's that simple, you know? They've got, say in LD, they've got 7 minutes for the opening speech. And if they're like every other INTP, they will try to cram at least 8 minutes worth of arguments into those 7 minutes. Because the INTP operates under the assumption, and only in debate is this true, that you don't have to worry about quantity of information impacting comprehension of information. In other words, if I tell you 10 things, it doesn't matter if each single one of those 10 things is gold, you're only going to remember one or maybe two of them and take them away. And normally that's how people do things. But in debate, everybody typically flashes is called. They flash each other their cases, which is either they get an email chain going or they have a flash drive with all their cards on it, and everybody in the round is interested in making sure. Good debating is very much about using language to facilitate the ability of everybody in the room to write down all the argumentation that's gone on, such that at the end of the round, if you were to look at the three people's flows, they'd all have the same arguments, relationally the same to other arguments on their respective flows, if they all did it right, you know? So, as a consequence, INTP can try to spread people out, and often do. INTPs like to spread. Spreading means I'm going to squeeze 10 minutes worth of shit into this 7 minutes, and I'm going to read it at lightning speed. And because they're not having to figure anything out on the fly, all of their deference with language is directed towards making sure all of the arguments they need to get out on the flow to make their case get out on the flow. Make sure they've responded to every critique that's on the flow that might be threatening anything from standing. And also, they'll try to frequently do spikes, which is to say, INTPs love to, and I have to always tell them, no, you do not do this. This is bad. They like to anticipate likely arguments that are going to be made against their side of the resolution, or even against their particular case, articulate their opponent's arguments that they've anticipated in the framework, and spike them out ahead of time. Like, if my opponent says this, it's wrong because putting that in your AF case is a terrible idea, generally speaking. But INTPs love to do that. Why is it a terrible idea? Because on the most obvious level, if they don't run the argument you've anticipated, then it's just wasted time. It has no room on the flow. It's a preemptive thing, like waiting to see if they run this, then this comes into effect. So there's that. But even if you're right in anticipating, the problem is you're giving up your advantage in terms of the flow turns. If I'm AF, I don't want you to hear my response to your response before I make it. I say argument 1. Opponent says rebuttal 1. I say answer rebuttal 1. I don't want to give up that surprise there, because I don't have to share that card with them because it's not part of my case. I don't have to share it ahead of time, right? I don't have to disclose on the wiki with that because it's an AT. So I don't want to reveal what I'm going to do there back here when it's my turn first, because then I'm just giving them a heads up in advance. So when they were going to run that, instead of running that, they run the response to the AT. Now you just pushed it forward one, right? And you've lost the advantage in terms of turns. INTPs think they can anticipate everything and spike it all out in advance, and then they won't ever actually have to, like, win any arguments after the thing because they just say, no, I already said in my case that was bullshit because of meow. And of course, it never plays out like that. They're living a pipe dream. You can't be that robust with your possibilities. You have to instead understand that you're making a specific case, commit to this particular strategic angle of case structuring, and run it to the best of its identity. Don't try to make it do things it shouldn't be doing. INTPs are very subject to mission creep. Who's Contini? I don't even know who Contini is. So the thing is, as a coach, I'm more practical than I am as a person. As a coach, I'm much more TE than I am as a debater. So I'm saying to them things like, you need to keep in mind the fact that these arguments aren't going to be resolved by the end of the debate. In other words, you don't actually have to win the overall argument. You need to win the debate round. INTPs think they need to win the overall argument, or they want to, even if they don't need to, you know? But my position is correct. Yeah, I know, and you're going to win the debate round too. Yes, but I want to win the debate round because my position is correct. Well, I just want you to win it, so just win the way I tell you to win. Goddamn INTPs. There's no other type that where I go in, they're in 5th grade, and they genuinely already believe themselves to be smarter than me and more capable of evaluating decisions about their debate case than I am. You got this 5th grader who's already learned he cannot trust his teachers to be smart enough for him, and he's going to have to trust his own judgment. But I tell him, I am not your other fucking teachers, and your judgment, no matter how smart you are, is never going to be as good as mine because I'm a coach. I'm approaching this from a debate coaching perspective as a sport. You're just thinking about it in terms of the argumentation. Renault continue. Renault. It sounds like French. It sounds like a Frenchard. It's like Keller A-Teal, motherfucker. Keller A-Teal. Voulez-vous un croissant? L'autobus à la plage. Well, the thing is, if I were a debater, I'd probably be crazier than the INTPs. Like, I'd want to run all kinds of crazy shit. I'd want to run this app this round, a different app the next round, different app the next round, or I'm making up a new app right now between round. I'd probably want to do shit like that if I were debating myself. But as a coach, that pushes heavily on my 6 slot TE, and it's validated heavily by my 3rd slot FE, which is, it is pretty juicy as a coach when you take a team into a tournament and you hear something like this. In 3rd place, LD, autonomy debate. In 2nd place, LD, autonomy debate. Grace Liu. In 1st place, pulling the sweep and closing out. We have to have 4 to close out. But if we had the top 3, it would mean that we had 3 kids break through to semis. All 3 win, and therefore we wouldn't have had to run the final round because that's called closing out. In other words, if you have 2 kids from the same school make it to the last round, or any round actually, they don't debate each other. It's either a walkover, which is to say the coach chooses who advances, or it's a closeout if it's at the end. So if that happens, and you close out, like I've closed out events before, as deep as 4, but it's pretty fucking satisfying because all those other coaches are like, fuck. I've been on the other side of it too. where like this, hotshot team comes in with hotshot young new coach, and he's like in the full-fledged blast of that moment in coaching where you realize you're good, but you're not yet tired of it. And so he's putting his full ass into it, and they come in and they it's like, it's like I brought in a team that I was kind of resting on my ass a little bit, and we win public forum, but they get second, third, fourth, and then they close out LD, and we lose to them in Palsy in final or something. And I'd be like, oh shit, I didn't try hard enough, and we lost. So it's a horrible feeling when it's that, but it's a great feeling when it's the other one, and it's a lot of FE satisfaction in the sense like third slot FE is selfish. It doesn't necessarily need you to applaud me. If I'm walking off the stage with these kids all carrying these big trophies, and we just dominated, then I'm perfectly satisfied with your looks of jealous seething too. That's very gratifying. That has to be applause, right? Who do you consider to be excellent debaters? I want to observe them and learn from it. I mean, you're not going to see excellent debaters really in casual public debates, because the problem with most casual public debates is they lack the necessary preconditions to be a good debate. Precondition 1, you have to have a resolution, that is, say, a single defined statement or a plan that one side is affirming and the other side needs to be negating that. If you don't have that architecture, it won't ever be a good debate because it's not clear enough what's being talked about or how one would win or lose, right? The second thing you need for a good debate is, and most even casual debates have this one, but is you need both people to have speech time and both parties to have questioning time. During questioning time, the questioner should be in control of the questioning time, and the answer should answer and be able to be cut off by the questioner. Like, okay, that's fine, no more of that answer. And then they should switch places, right? So they should both have a turn to ask questions, and both have a turn to do answers, maybe even two such occasions. So you need to have those basics in place for there to even possibly be a decent debate. Most important thing that most so-called debates lack is this clarity regarding who's affirming exactly what and who's negating exactly what. We're debating the death penalty. On the AF side, we have meow. On the next side, we have meow. No, you don't have an AF or an egg. You're not debating anything. The death penalty is not something you can debate. It's not a resolution. It's not a statement that the AF is obligated to affirm the truth or correctness of. The U.S. Senator who looks like a vampire holding an fart, Ted Cruz, he was a Harvard debate champion if you wish to observe a master debater. What's funny is he's a terrible rhetorician. So what that tells me is he was a master TE debater, which is to say, one of the only coach that I've encountered really that I will say, okay, well, he's by most metrics he's a better coach than me, is an ESTJ of all things. And it's because he's got these TE algorithms for how to organize all of the data, and everything's a recipe. So all the kids know exactly what they're going to run when they hit exactly whatever they're going to hit in the rounds when they go into. And he's been doing it for so long. He was a debater himself in high school and coaching for so long that he can anticipate most everything, right? However, when we've come head to head, I've more than held my own because in those instances, when it comes down to us prepping against each other, and I'm more clever than he is, so my kids will beat him because of adjustments we make pre-round and stuff like that. The classic example being the quarterfinal round in which my autonomy team beat his kudos team in policy debate at the national championship in Utah. And the reason we won is because my squad ran apocalyptic talk, or rhetoric K, because ESTJs are predictable. What's Scott Wheeler going to do? He's going to go right down the middle of the road, and he's going to have his kids establish the most impacts in the round, make it clearly they won magnitude, kind of try to wash out probability, and not worry about time frame, and think they're going to win on an impact calculus. So I had my kids go run apocalyptic talk rhetoric K, and sure enough, his squad linked to like 4 different terminal impacts. If you vote for the neg, the world will end in this way. Number 2, if you vote for the neg, the world will end in this way. Number 3, if you vote for the neg, the world will end in this way. And number 4, of course, the classic. If you vote for the neg, global nuclear war. So, he was predictable. I had the answer. Apocalyptic talk. Now, if they had just run one set of terminal impacts, in other words, if they'd only told one link story to extinction, my apocalyptic talk K would have been a hit and miss proposition. But since they ran 4 different terminal impact links, it was cut and dry, open and shut. There was no way the judges couldn't vote on that fucking K. Because obviously they're abusing extinction rhetoric in order to push through a policy that isn't justified by more reasonable justifications. How do you distinguish between good and bad interpretations of art, of data, etc.? Well, first you say, what kind of thing is this? I was talking about this with Rachel earlier. When schools teach literature interpretation, they should preface it with, we're teaching you now to do interpretation in a form where all justified positions are equally valid, because it's just a matter of opinion. In other words, unlike real argumentation about real things, literature interpretation only links to the concrete world via the specific text of the book. And as a consequence, we only have access to what the author wants to share with us of that world and of the data that's available, right? There's no way to independently discover new text in a book that other people haven't discovered before. And there's no metric that serves to definitively establish which interpretation is correct, because the author's intention is not a determining factor regarding correctness. Ultimately, therefore, the correctness of a literature interpretation is purely a matter of form, not of concrete linkage. In contrast, when you're advocating for, say, policy change, or when you're advocating for, say, the affirmation of a given position statement, it's a different matter. There are links to actuality because you're actually suggesting something be done. And thus, it's not acceptable to operate under a frame of reference that says all things and all interpretations are equally valid opinions so long as they are justified with something when talking about things that are of the real world. Please note, as we teach you how to do this literary interpretation, you cannot apply these techniques to matters of public policy. So that's what has to preface teaching literature interpretation, or else it is a dangerous drug that we are giving people. Well, yes, men like gods, it may be the case that the closest thing to world peace is the threat of global nuclear war. However, it is not the case that the closest thing to world peace is actual nuclear war. And that was the impact they were claiming was going to happen. If the judge were to make such a horrible mistake as to vote for my team, the whole world was going to blow up in 4 different ways. Now, what's funny is debate's conceit is that the debaters are like legislators debating a bill in a legislative body. Okay? That's the conceit. So, when there's a resolution that says the World Trade Organization should do meow, everybody who's debating the topic is pretending as though this debate that they're having is going to decide the matter. As though we're debating in the World Trade Center about whether we should vote for this thing or not, right? Of course, because it's debate, it's very possible to take advantage of the fact that they're not actually legislators. And that's what you would call a pre-fiat K. In debate, there's a level of... There's a spot where you can agree on called fiat. But you don't have to agree on it. So, if I want to debate your AF on its merits within the frame of the topic, then we're debating post-fiat. If I want to debate the legitimacy of your case without pretending it actually is a bill that gets passed and has impacts, then we're arguing pre-fiat. Isn't this fascinating? Eric explains things nobody asked about debate. Another exciting explanation from Eric. If you love long-winded explanations about very complex, or I guess you would say esoteric matters of rhetoric, you'll love a Talking with Famous People live stream. As host Eric uses a lot of big words to explain how people yell at each other. Trump is an ESFP. Trump is a total ESFP. He is as ESFP as they get. That man didn't get the message regarding literature interpretation versus public policy matters, and how public policy matters need to be justified with justifications that meet a certain standard of acceptability, and if they fail to meet that standard, they shouldn't be considered serious entrants into the marketplace of ideas. No, I'm not wrong. I mean, the thing is, I thought he was an ESP for a while too, because it looks kind of like he's got third slot FE. That's not third slot FE. That's what sixth slot FE looks like. I'm a very stable genius. I'm going to tell you how to perceive me. Directly. I'm not going to try to shape your perceptions at all. I'm just going to tell you directly. Hey, I'm a very stable genius. It's like the ESFP that Rachel knew in college, you know? Rachel! Somebody told me today that I'm not deep. You're deep, right? So you give me a song that I can listen to and show them I'm listening to, so that they'll think I'm deep too. So they'll know I'm deep too. You know? Completely missing the point. As though being deep wasn't an actual thing, but rather just an FE box that you either get credit for or not. That's textbook 6 slot fucking FE. Well, Trump did exactly that shit. No. I'm a hugely successful guy. I'm a genius. I'm very reasonable, very rational. You know, just like describing that this thing of, I will tell you how I'm logical, insightful, intelligent, creative, without ever actually demonstrating it or providing any examples of it, is a classic ESFP ENFJ move. one of those two, mostly ESFP. ENFJs, they have the polar SI, so it comes with no examples, but they may actually demonstrate some of what they're talking about. It's the opposite for ESFPs. They may give you some examples consistent with some vague notion they're trying to get across, but they're not going to be consistent in their justifications. I mean, the thing is, here's the other thing that made me know he's definitely not ESTP, is in one of his varying justifications for something, he explained his position as, the problem here is there's no limiting principle here. There's just no limiting principle. We cannot support this. There's no limiting principle. If he were TI, he would never have said that, because he would have at least been somewhat aware that he was he'd walked himself into a trap for anybody who cared at all about language. Namely, he'd never cared about limiting principles before. He wasn't going to care about them thereafter. And the very concept of a limiting principle is that you apply it fairly across the board. So it's like self-identifying as somebody who's justifying something with a limiting principle thing, but then not ever actually revisiting the thing at all, is a particularly absurd ESFP move, you know? I mean, he didn't use the bully pulpit at all, Boba Fett. That was part of the problem. Instead, he tried to use the bully pulpit as little as possible, in as few characters as possible. He reduced our presidential press conferences to his tweets. I mean, that is not somebody who's using the bully pulpit. He hated being questioned and people saying, justify yourself. He hated it. It was clear every time anybody tried to get him to justify anything, he fucking couldn't believe he had to answer these questions. Because he knew, with his feelings, what he wanted to do, and he knew from his being that the proper way to be is to do shit that you want to do, because that's as far as it went, as far as his thinking went. Okay, you guys don't get the idea of somebody who wants to maximize his communication, or somebody who wants to minimize his communicative vulnerability. Trump was continually displaying that he wants to minimize his communicative vulnerability. I want to maximize my communicative exposure because I believe it better than what other people are communicating and think it will win on its merits. So you, as an individual, may or may not think that I've won an exchange with a given person, but once the sort of feelings stuff wears off from the experience of these two individuals engaging with each other, all that's left are the words that were said and the ideas. To the extent that my ideas were genuinely better, they will stick with you even if you think I lost the debate, and that's the only thing that matters. Not for Trump. He doesn't care who wins on the flow at all. In fact, his tweets show that he is only interested in narratives that agree with what he already wants the narrative to be. And just without any rationale whatsoever, disavows every narrative that contradicts his. No, that's not true. No. There was 1 million people there. I'm serious. I was out on my porch the other day. I was taking a piss, and I was talking about, I was saying hi to some broad who was walking by, you know, and there was literally a crowd of 1 million people giving me a standing ovation. There was 6 people there. That's a lie. There was 1 million people. I've got it right here. You can see it. Trump's Conservative Friends News Network says it was 1 million people. That's not ESTP, Boba Fett. You're giving them short shrift. They're not that stupid. ESTPs are not that stupid. I've never met an ESTP who's that dumb. It's possible, but you're making a weird and extraordinary claim then, Boba Fett. You're saying Trump's not only an ESTP, he's also the dumbest ESTP ever. Just like C.S. Joseph. C.S. Joseph might be an ENTP. He would be the least creative, least interesting, and least intelligent ENTP in history. But if that were the criteria he met, then in theory it could be possible. Same with Trump being an ESTP. It's much, much more likely that he's an ESFP. Oh, yes, he is, Boba Fett. Please, don't tell me you've made that NI overreach thing where you've interpreted his bubble fuckery as intentionality. You are fucking insane if you think that. That bubble fuckery is not intentional. He'd have to be history's greatest genius, not just brilliant, not just super brilliant, not just Tesla brilliant, because he'd have to have not only have figured it all out how the shit was going to play out like it does, blah, 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 but additionally have planned and executed a non-physical disguise for decades. So he'd have to be God himself. Any reasonable understanding of how systems work and how agency works and understanding of how his behavior links to impacts and stuff recognizes the fact that he has one technique that he's relied on continually, and it serves him as well to keep him from being really suffering consequences for his bad behavior. And the technique is this: whenever anybody gets mad about how you kicked the anthill and it looks like you might get in trouble for kicking the anthill, kick the anthill in a different place harder. Or kick a different anthill. Or kick this anthill, then that anthill, so the anthills go after each other. Or whatever, right? He's got that one strategy. He may be a master of it, but that's not linked in any sense at all to intelligence. It's not. He's like a Wolverine, an aggressive animal that anytime somebody comes near the trash can it's on, it just shreds it to pieces, and that's an effective strategy of sorts. It's not intelligent, though. It's just that kind of animal naturally does a good job of scaring off opponents and or rendering them confused. He's like a combination of Psyduck and Jigglypuff. He puts half the people to sleep, and the other half, he makes them confused. I mean, he fought on is not really that ESTP of a trait. It's much more of an ESFP trait. Tom Brady, 44, still quarterbacking in the NFL for Tampa Bay. ESFP. Trump, thinking he's gonna be president again after this term. He's still gonna be president. He's gonna be however fucking old he is. And even though he's mostly managed to make the majority of the country dislike him, with a solid 50% of that hating the shit out of him, right? He would never defeat any legitimate candidate. Any candidate that wasn't fucking Hillary Clinton, he couldn't beat. He could beat Republican primary candidates, maybe, but none of them were any good. You know, it's like if everybody's lying, but one guy's telling his truth, being honest. Trump is a pathological liar, but he's not dishonest. He's just too stupid to know that he's lying. Don't make any mistake about it. He's a pathological liar who's not dishonest, because that pathology has him continually lying to himself with as much vigor as he can possibly muster. Anybody who thinks Trump has planned any of this or knows what he's doing or whatever, your NI is run amok. You don't see ESFP? Well, then you're not looking at Trump. You must be looking at somebody else. He beat Biden. Irrelevant on the question of his ESTP hood. And no, he didn't. He beat Hillary. I mean, he definitely didn't beat Biden. Okay, men like gods. Now see, that sounds like an ESTP responding to his ESFP bullshit, okay? Look, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you think he was the correct president after his election with Hillary, then you acknowledge that despite the vested interests working against him, he still won a fair and contested election. You can't then say in the next election, when the most likely outcome from any rational analysis happens, that even though it's more likely, just all things being equal, than any other outcome, that you believe the election was rigged. It makes no. It's like, okay, you are not being somebody who's dispassionately evaluating this. You're just not. You have been consumed by your attachments in this issue. You want it to be the case, and you insist that it is. If you were reasonable and rational, you'd acknowledge that he did legitimately win the first election against Hillary in the Electoral College, despite her popular vote victory. That there was no shenanigans going on there on the Trump camp's part to make that happen. It was legit. The Democrats point out that the Russians were involved. Well, the Russians may have been involved in trying to influence people's opinions, but they didn't rig the election or anything like that. So, as a matter of fact, Trump did fair and square beat Hillary. I didn't like either of them, but it doesn't matter what I think, what I wanted to happen. That's what a fair and rational person concludes. Now, here's what that same fair and rational person concludes regarding the Biden-Trump election. There is very little reason to believe that anything fishy was going on in that election of any substantial scope or scale. There are, however, plenty of ways to justify those conclusions. So you give me a pile of data, I will find you anomalous points or divergence from the mean, and I will paint you a new graph of the data highlighting those things and make it sound very convincingly fishy that this would occur. All I got to do is reframe that data. That's all I have to do. I just find a random bit of noise in the data pattern, reframe it, and all of a sudden, I've got convincing sounding reason that the election was stolen. That is the only kind of evidence anybody has presented to me on this issue, despite me offering many people the opportunity to give me good justifications. I have never heard anything except that kind of justification and this kind of justification. Well, you need to read Steve Bose's fucking analysis on this county, blah, blah, blah. No, if you can't give me a single, concise rationale, which is, say, a warrant for why I should actually believe it's stolen, then you don't have good enough reason to believe it was stolen. And that's it. I'm not wrong about this. Men like gods. Note, I'm not saying it wasn't stolen. What is my claim? You don't have good enough reason to claim or believe that it was stolen. And in that, I am absolutely fucking correct. There is no disputing that. There is no disputing that. It may have been stolen, but you do not have good enough reason to think that, or believe it, or claim it. If you do, please share it with me. Because I've asked many people to provide me some actual good reason to think this, and not a single one of these people, each of whom is as passionate about the matter as you, has been able to provide me anything heretofore. So please prove that you're the exception to this rule. Give me an actual good reason. It's complicated. Listen, it's not that simple, Eric. I can't sum it up that easy. Look, it's a lot of different little things. Those are all indications that I'm right. Which one of those kind of bullshit are you going to try to give me? Or do you have an actual reason? Do you have any kind of smoking gun? No. Nothing definitive. Nothing that actually sells as a justification, and people go, "Why? I actually can't come up with any explanation other than shit must have been stolen here for sure." Or like, a memo from Meow to Meow that says, "Great job stealing the election," or something. Nothing. How did Biden win? By getting more votes. Here's the thing that people do not understand the impact of their locality biases. So, in other words, even if you are using a disinterested calculus, if you don't account for locality bias, you're going to be wrong. The kinds of opinions and expressions and positions and people that are around me does not constitute the norm for the country. Okay? So, if you live in Trump country, you are subject to, and you are expressing this bias, then you are saying, how could Biden possibly have won? Nobody liked Biden. There were no pro-Biden anything. Right? After all, you live in a place that's pro-Trump. So there's lots of pro-Trump. There may be some anti-Trump, but there's no pro-Biden. How could he possibly have won? Well, I mean, the thing is, literally half the country, at least minimum, dislike him. And the vast majority of those absolutely fucking despise him. They could have dug up Jimmy Carter, and he would have beat Trump. Anybody in the world except Hillary on the Democratic side would have beat Trump in any election. From the beginning of time till the end of time, any decent candidate that the Democrats could offer that's even a little bit better than Hillary, which is like, it's saying success is anything better than death. It's like as low as the bar can possibly get, right? Anybody who's even a little bit better than Hillary, Trump could never win an election. Why? Because no matter how much they like him around you, how much you like him, or how much your part of the country is dedicated to him, or whatever, it's not him they like. It's that he, like them, is a stupid groupist who hates the other team because they're the bad guys. Well, guess what? The other team hates you just as much. And there are just as many people, if not more, in the states that hate your guy, than there are in states that love your guy. So, anybody who voted in that election did not vote for Biden or Trump. They voted for Trump or for the other guy. I mean, Biden was never qualified to be president at all. I don't think Biden's worse than Trump. I think that much of Trump's badness was his divisiveness. And Biden's less divisive. The problem with Trump was when the time came for him to be a leader who needed to do the one important job he needed to do during his presidency, he had no political capital, he had no trust from half the country, and he had no respect from any thinking person because he provided no good justifications for his position, even though he was right. The Trump presidency comes down to one moment, one sentence. I just got a hunch. Why should we not buy this global pandemic narrative? This is a watershed moment for a president. It defines how history should view him. He had the chance to define the narrative intelligently. And his response was, I have a hunch. No reasonable, thinking, decent human being can say anything about that man that will redeem him from that failure. And if you think he can be redeemed from that failure, you are wrong. He is a disgrace on American history because of that moment. It supervenes all. I mean, it subsumes all of the rest of the shit he's done. Nothing else matters. It's the most significant event since 9/11. And just as his predecessor, Bush W., took something tragic and turned it into something disastrously tragic, Trump took something that could have been fixed by having somebody intelligent talk and rendered it permanently fucked up as a narrative, because everybody then associates opposition with COVID as linked to Trump's anti-intellectual, anti-reason, hunch-based policy making. How I accomplish things, being HB? Just like this. But you're not accomplishing anything, Eric. Exactly. That's the trick. You're defining accomplishing things wrong. Am I accomplishing anything? What am I accomplishing? Because it's news to me if I'm accomplishing anything. This is the first I've heard of it. When I did accomplish things, it was the circumstances. You know, it was like I had said on my resume for this verbatim job, I can coach debate. Not because I could coach debate, I'd never coached it before, but because I had been a debater and figured I could coach it. To my surprise somewhat, the high school debate coach dumped the middle school team on me when he saw that on my resume. Then I was still doing a little bit of work for Mr. Samuelson for his English school, because he had been my mentor teacher before I got this job at Rebay. Kind of taught me how to be a good classroom teacher and stuff. Well, he sublet out part of his space to this woman, Laura, who was looking for a curriculum for her leadership school. And talked to him, and he's like, well, he's a debate guy, and that's how I ended up over there. And then she's this TE dom who's good at getting utility out of her people, right? And seeing how people can be useful. She could see how useful I could be if given the right instructions and sort of managed and directed to being useful. And she was very good at that. It ended up being quite exploitative in some sense. Like, because the normal phenomenon happens. If you're competent, you get rewarded with more work. So, in those circumstances, I was accomplishing things because some outside party saw a good way to use me. And NTPs really need that. It sounds weird, but we need that more than anything else in the world. We need somebody else to use us to good effect. Because we've got lots of potential to be really powerful and effective, but we don't have any of our own impetus, really, or very little of it, you know? We don't, because we're stuck in turn-based time all the time. We'd like reality to be like turn-based time. Time's not passing. What, it's 5 hours? Well, it's not 5 hours. It's the totality of things I've said. You know? That's not 5 hours. That's 587 distinct concepts plus 322 arguments involving those distinct concepts. That's what that was. That wasn't 5 hours. That's what it means to be an NTP, is to assume the world works like that. That if you were going to note that there was a big passage of time, it would be like, wow, we got a lot of argumentational work done. You know, and I often do evaluate time like that as a teacher. You know, like, I've got my amount of time with the student, and I have a good sense from lots of experience. Well, what happens when you really are super getting shit accomplished, and what happens when the kid's really not feeling it and it's like pulling teeth, you know? So I'll say, you know, oh wow, we got a lot of shit accomplished in that hour. Or Rachel and I will often talk about anime episodes as being either a short 22 minutes or a long 22 minutes. You know, it's like 22 or 23 minutes. Slime is the shortest 22 minutes in history. They pack so much shit into one episode of Reincarnated as a Slime that those 22 minutes go by like BAM! It's like, oh my god, how could that have been a full 22 minutes? Whereas like there was one show that I stopped watching called like Moonlight Fairy Town or something, I don't know. And it was all about the relationships and stuff. It was more for girls, I guess. It was like, oh, there's these scenes about like, I'm shy with him, but now I'm feeling less shy. And then sort of like bonding moment scenes. Like, okay, this is a slow fucking 22 minutes. I do not care that much about their feelings for each other. What's a logical fallacy? Are you saying my penis is fallacious? I told you I'd like it to be referred to as my wiener from now on. Please, respect my pronouns. Neither penis nor wiener is a pronoun, Eric? Shut up. Respect my noun names. Respect my noun names. Respect my nouns is great. Just use words to mean whatever you want and say, respect my nouns. So yesterday I went to the Eiffel Tower. What? You know, down there by Bob's Pavilions? You mean Starbucks? I call it the Eiffel Tower. Respect my nouns. Okay, so fine. You went to Starbucks and then, respect my nouns. You called the Eiffel Tower too. What about my nouns? I don't respect your nouns at all. Your nouns are filthy sluts. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. So says the immortal Jerry Lee Lewis, so say I. And to reinforce the point, let me again say, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. And so it was that everybody lived happily ever after, and all the storylines were tied up neatly. The end. Every story should end like that. And so it was that all the storylines tied up neatly and all the characters were happy forevermore. The end. Aw, what a nice ending. Okay, Jerry, why are you calling me Jerry? Are you being derogatory to my German ancestry? I told you, I'm not German. I'm transracially fluid. The man is clearly bipolar. Who is? Trump? No, he ain't. You think that means you care about stuff. No, it don't. He don't care. Well, he cares about humping all the girls that he wants to, and he cares about building his wall, and he cares about riling people up over bullshit. Your mom was an extra in that movie? Okay, in those kind of movies, they're called fluffers, not extras. With Dennis Quaid? Your mom was Dennis Quaid's fluffer? That is remarkable. Is he the handsome Quaid brother? Or is it the other one? Or are they both so ruggedly handsome I can't tell them apart? How many Quaids are there anyway? Grabbing the peas. My mom was an extra in that movie. It's a dangerous sentence to say, right? You're really just asking for some jokes about your mom. Steve Van Manen, Adrian B's mom shot a bukkake scene with Dennis Quaid and friends, obviously. Of course, you need to bring friends, unless you are one hell of a man. If you want to do a full, complete, official bukkake, it's going to take more than just yourself. How does F.I. Tool react to hatred thrown at them? I mean, I would say they're not paying attention to it, because Effie in the 6th slot, I'm telling you how you're going to perceive me, and then I'm not going to check to see if you do. I mean, seriously, that's how Effie 6th slot plays out. Is I'm going to tell you how to perceive me. I'm not going to check to see if you do, because I don't want to know if you don't. If you make me know that you don't perceive me that way, then I'll say, but you don't know me. I told you who I am. I decide who I am, and I tell you who I am. And you go, no, we all get to look at data from our own perspectives, and while you may be expressing your perspective on your own identity, I see that, along with these other things, as pieces of objective data subject to my interpretation. And my interpretation goes beyond the agreeing with the exact express meaning of your words, right? You're saying, I don't want you to deal with me on an illocutionary level at all. In other words, just take what I'm saying, the meaning of the words, at face value without using your own intuition and understanding what's really going on. Because, that's FE6. It's like, I will use it as a subject when I think that the world demands it. Namely, you're not perceiving me how I want you to. And then I won't use it as an agent, which means I don't really go around trying to see how you're perceiving me, but I'll just tell you how to perceive me, and you will. I'm just going to assume you perceive me that way, unless you expressly push back. And then it doesn't deal with it as an object, which is to say, you're not going to get very far trying to schmooze a FI tool person. Won't get you anywhere trying to sweet talk them, because they don't do FE as an object. They do it as a subject on their terms. And if they're ENFPs, they do it pretty damn well. And if they're ESFPs, well, okay, if they're ENFPs, they do it pretty damn well from the perspective of other intuitives. If they're ESFPs, they do it pretty damn well from the perspective of other sensors. But intuitives hate the way that ESFPs try to FE tell us how to perceive them. And ESTPs hate the way that ENFPs try to sort of subtly diffuse their claims about self so they're not saying anything. How's that for an answer? Well, because Boba Fett, the thing is, I mean, Trump didn't show any TI, right, necessarily in his justifications, but he didn't say, when justifying things, by and large, we're going to do it this way because I arbitrarily feel like that's the most important thing for me and for my feelings right now. And I'm not really looking at this from a logical or disinterested perspective. I trust my feelings, and I'm just trying to go with my feelings. He didn't say that, right? So you'd be right that if we were to evaluate everything at face value, that there's a lack of evidence for FI and a lack of evidence for TI. But the lack of evidence for FI is only a lack of evidence if you play, I'm not going to intuit anything about anything. I'm just going to go with the literal, exact definitional scope. That is 6-slot SE manifest. That's the best place to have it, I think. Really. Is like, who's more reliable about following through on the various things they plan to do than ESTJs and ESFJs? Nobody. They're the most reliable types. Because they only use the SE as a subject. They only use it to follow through on, make sure their SI tool function is realized. They don't use it as a way of knowing things. In other words, they're not really going to judge you that much on whether you do or follow through. Not nearly as much as you'd think. And the other thing is they're not very receptive to you doing things for them. It's very difficult to do anything for my dad because he's so persnickety about the way he wants things done. And anything that I'm going to do for him, it can't involve any initiative of my own or ideation of my own because he's selfish with his third slot NE. Whatever idea he wants to have done, he wants it to be, he comes up with it and does it, right? So, and because he's TE and SI, he's like, it's like, even when the TE is not good TE, if you factor any FE considerations in, it doesn't matter to him really. It's like, he just does shit. Like, they got this old rocking chair in there that's the back part that you lean back on, it split in two. Like, it's just old wood or whatever. So I'm like, okay, well, let's fix it. And I talked about ways to fix it so it would still not look like it had been broken and fixed. But he just ignored me and got a fucking steel bracket, like not even like sepia colored steel or anything, or brown steel. He's just got like stainless steel, two stainless steel freaking rectangle brackets and drilled freaking screws into it like that. So it's like there's just absolutely no aesthetic consideration at all. And I wouldn't normally care about that either, except it's like an antique family rocking chair. But he sits in it. For him, it's a thing that he uses to watch TV. When he wants to be closer to the TV, he goes sits in that chair. And when he's reading, he goes back and sits in his comfortable chair. So, it's like, is that 6 slot SE? He's doing things as a subject, which is appropriate for SE. It's like it's a nice good fit, right? But he's not letting it consume his life. So that's where the SI tool comes in. He's not gonna let doing shit interfere with his eating dinner on time. He's not gonna let doing shit interfere with his getting enough sleep. He's not gonna let doing shit interfere with what he planned to do tomorrow. In other words, he's not going to let something he's doing today get mission creep, and all of a sudden he's got a bigger project on his hands than he thought, and he can't do the thing he had planned for tomorrow. He's not subject to that. Don't confuse laziness with priorities. Don't confuse circumstances with a virtue vice thing. Okay? So that's most important. Remember, I am very much an expression of my circumstances. Like, why I am now has a lot to do with a lot of things that came before. So, a lot of various situations just I ended up being meow or whatever doing this that were important in shaping me. I had no role whatsoever in choosing to do, or very little role, or a very distant role in choosing to do. So, and yet I can't conceive of me being where I am now without having had those SI trainings that I needed. So it's like, well, when I'm not doing anything anymore nowadays, I still say to myself, and still think and still feel bad at myself because I'm lazy and being lazy, and basically because I'm not being productive. I'm not SEing. Being my type means I'm too much N and too little S. So it is the case that those bad feelings represent something real, which is a deficit in the sensory area that's going to occur and occur and occur and again and again, because I'll have this pattern of being up here stuck in intuition land for 5 hours, live streaming, talking, not doing anything except talking for 5 hours, right? And when I stop live streaming, I'll still be thinking and talking to myself. But these days, hopefully, I will follow through on what I kind of understood to be the case going in, which is when I'm done with this, I'm going to need to take a bath. I need to go to bed. I need to take care of myself. I'm feeling tore up, Hopefully, I'll follow through on that. But the thing to note is, for INTPs, it's even worse. And it's also a correct self-correction thing, a good, healthy self-correction thing, for a person to feel a little bit of sense of like, okay, I need to stop indulging in that which is easiest and most comfortable expression of myself and start shifting into those instrumental functions. It's easiest for us to just sit in our absolute values. We're not going anywhere, though. We're just enjoying the rewards of the absolute values. Extroverted intuition, introverted intuition, extroverted feeling, introverted feeling for me. My intuition and my feelings As long as I'm just hanging out in my intuition and my feelings, we're all golden. And as long as the TI just needs to kick in, basically, as part of my showing how smart I am and what a good explainer I am, just to make sure that works fine and everything, fine. Hopefully, I won't ever have to get into the actual sensory part of SI. I can just dip into my memory bank of ideas instead. And then, this will be great. I'll just sit here, I'll just intuit, and we can all pretend that we're not biological beings. Let's all hang out together here, sitting on our respective chairs, and pretend that we're just metaphysical beings exchanging delightful play on the external metaphysical field. Except we're not. Time's still passing. I'm feeling manicky. I know my body with the smoking too. It's like my chest is fine provided I don't stay up for too long of a stretch without sleeping, because when I do, then it's like my lungs don't have a chance to do their nightly clear out thing that they do. And so then I got to catch up with more sleepings. And so the point is, whether I'm on Adderall or not, this is the same exact problem that I have not on Adderall, except when I'm on Adderall, solutions last longer. So I would have ended the stream a long time ago, or a while ago probably, if I weren't on Adderall, simply because it would have felt as though I'd gotten the juice out of it that I needed to get, and I wasn't really going to get any more juice out of it sooner. In this kind of context right now, where I'm not really sprung at all, but I'm still up from taking, I think there's 3 of them, I was probably at noon I took them. So it's 12 hours, But I'm pretty much not very thwacked out, because I'm also a few days into the bottle, so it's not like that initial burst of, hey, it's me, Krusty the Clown. Combined with Dr. Nick. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody. Amphetamines. What? What? Amphetamines? Why? El Lobo for Rose. Shame on you. I believe you're talking about drugs. And I've got a motto I'd like to share with you from the immortal Nancy Reagan. Just say no. Just say no. No. Like that. Practice it at home. Practice it in the mirror. No, I don't want those drugs. You need to practice saying it every day when you wake up. Otherwise, you'll forget and accidentally want those drugs. If you don't want those drugs, I do. The thing is, I get antsy for a calmer, like a downer of some sort. Looking at the chemical structure, Adderall looks similar to amphetamines. That's maybe because Adderall's generic name is mixed amphetamine salts. And I love the fact they gave it to me in salt form, because pepper always makes me sneeze. I mean, plus, you could eat hash browns with salt and no pepper, but pepper without salt, that's why I like to crush up my Adderall and put it on top of hash browns. I've heard some interesting reports on the price of various drugs on the dark web, and apparently Adderall is quite expensive on the dark web, whereas apparently meth is dirt cheap, and I guess stronger than it used to be. Which I can't. It's just like, okay, why would you want stronger than that? But apparently, so I think it's cool and interesting that basically reality has revealed that people are grown-ups in that they go, okay, you know what? I want speed, but I don't want meth. Isn't that interesting? Even though it's stronger and everything, it's like people are just like, okay, I just can't. That's too hardcore. You can't, yeah, or anything. Because it's hardcore for sure. The funny thing is, it doesn't necessarily feel substantively different than any other kind of amphetamine, be it Adderall or Dexedrine or whatever, But the fact that you don't sort of consciously note it being categorically different is misleading, because it is categorically different. And you're like, it's a different scale. It's like, I've been still going 12 hours after I take the Adderall, but I will probably go to bed within an hour or two, And if you're talking about like meth or something, then, well, I mean, part of the problem being the way that it gets consumed too. But if you smoke it like I used to, tend to hit that pipe again, And so the problem with it is, after you're done with that last pipe hit, now you've got in front of you a good 26 hours still, and you've been hitting it for 26 hours. So it's a big time investment. If it's like this, it's like super, super glassy, Maybe it's a supply issue rather than a demand differential. Okay, you got a good point there. The thing is, I think there's quite a bit of supply of Adderall, because a lot of people, since at least the price is considerably higher per pill than you'll pay for it, even if you don't have any insurance. Like, I don't have any insurance, and it used to be I paid $100 for the bottle of pills, which included 60 pills, 15 milligrams each. And then, for some reason, and I never have gotten an adequate explanation as to why or how this came to be, this CVS started applying this thing. I don't know what exactly it is. And now it's only $36. And it's been only $36 ever since they started applying that thing. So, I'm not somebody who would ever do this because of multiple reasons, including the fact that I don't know how to go on the dark web and all that kind of stuff, and I don't want to figure it out. I don't want to deal with all that shit. But it's like if I were somebody who were maybe young and needed a quick influx of cash for whatever, and I could make $5 on a pill on 60 pills, well, that's $300, So I think there's plenty of supply. It's just that regular people sometimes want Adderall. Regular people don't sometimes want meth. So you've got a much huger population of people who might occasionally want to take a Adderall or two that's not their prescription, right? Then you do a population of people who would like to hook up some meth. I mean, it doesn't play well on your resume, really. So what unique skills do you have? Well, I could hook up meth in like 10 minutes. Day or night, anytime, anywhere, no problem. Anytime you need, I'm there. I'm your hookup, dude. Okay. Thank you for coming in. We're going to be talking to the next applicant. If you need drugs to study, maybe you're just not fit for it. People who do Adderall to study don't need Adderall to study. They need Adderall to care. Once they care, the studying comes naturally. And that's one to grow on. Thanks, El Lobo Perez. Now, if the interviewee, instead of replace that meth with mushrooms, I would say, you're hired. You are definitely hired. Wow. I've always dreamed of having somebody who could reliably hook up mushrooms in 10 minutes. That would be fantastic. K.E., you and me both, dog. You and me both. Listen, let's compromise. We both need breakfast, okay? But we both also know that coffee is a breakfast beverage. So let's have some coffee instead. Oops, I almost forgot again. I broke the coffee pot the other day. Not the pot part, but the handle, like, pulled free from the pot. So now you can't use the handle to pick up the coffee pot. But it's on the heater thing, the warmer. So I gotta grab it with these napkins. If I forget and try to pull it off of here too quick with the handle, I'll have what happened the other day happen, and then coffee will be splattered on this wall over here as it currently is. There's all these brown coffee spots because I dropped it when it was full of coffee and splattered all over the place. So don't do that again, Eric. Remember, you have to use your SI. Okay, let's play a game I like to periodically play. I'm going to replay it now with everybody here. It's called What's the Saddest Song Ever? I want nominations. The saddest song in history. Is Rachel here? Oh, Rachel's here. Hi, Rachel. I think, of course, the purported wakefulness, stimulant, alertness effects of coffee are like greatly exaggerated. Let's leave it at that. Tom Waits forget the song name. Is that a command? Did Tom Waits command me to forget the song name? Forget the song name is a great song name, right? Forget this song name is a great title for a song. You're hardly awake. Are you awakely hard or hardly awake? Would be the equivalent to that old expression, are you working hard or hardly working? Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. Hey, darkness. Have I ever mentioned I love the way that you emit no light. You might have the gene expression that metabolizes caffeine at 4 times the normal rate. Well, that would explain it. If in fact there are some people who don't seem to be impacted by caffeine or coffee very much, especially, I am one of those people. It's never really done anything to me, except make my stomach upset if I drink enough of it or too strong. I want to give a shout out to the serious troopers, the Azusu troopers. Some of the people here have been here either as long as I, or at least, or maybe just nearly as long. I'm not sure if anybody's been here for the entire 520, but some of you have been here a long time. And I'm impressed. It's kind of like endurance art. Have you heard about that? Have you guys heard about that? Did anybody answer my question of what's the saddest song ever? Hello Darkness, my old friend? Was that an answer to that question? That's not a sad song. That's no sad song. Alice in Chains Nutshell? Nutshell? Who gave Johnny Cash his Hurt? Is that what he said? What's it about? What are the lyrics about? Hurt by Johnny Cash. AIDS in her twat? Is that a lyric to a song? I'll put some AIDS in a twat, some AIDS in a twat, some AIDS in a twat. Let's hope it doesn't become AIDS in a twat. It's HIV now, but hopefully it won't be AIDS in a twat. Alice in Chains Dirt is pretty bad. I will answer to you the question I asked with the correct answer. There is one correct answer to what's the saddest song in history. And I think we all know it. And once I start singing it, you're going to go, yeah, you're right. That's the saddest song in history. When somebody loved you, everything was beautiful. Everything was meow, 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 meow. Until you left me, abandoned me like useless trash. That's the saddest song ever. Especially when you're watching Toy Story 3 or 2 or whichever one it is, and you see the video thing behind it, you know, the video montage of Jessie being loved and then tossed aside like an old tuna salad sandwich. Oh, goodness gracious. It gets you right here in the feel bone. Don't squirt AIDS in my twat, please. How many times have I heard that from women? Countless times. Hey, before you're done, don't squirt AIDS in my twat, okay? Alright. Let me turn off the AIDS. Alright, there. It's off. Why would you even have it on to begin with? You wanted to squirt twat in my AIDS in my twat, didn't you? Yeah, I was hoping you'd let me get away with it. That would kill me. Maybe. If I didn't take a cocktail of drugs that prolong my life indefinitely. But they're very expensive drugs. Fortunately, thanks to Obamacare, the insurance company can't refuse me in my demand that they pay all my bills. Whew. God bless America. One of the songs on Stuart Little is sadder than When Somebody Loved You? I don't think so. I don't think Stuart Little has the capacity to be that sad. How about this one? Say something, I'm giving up on you. That's a sad song. So sad. Or this classic Joni Mitchell tearjerker. Just before our love got lost, you said, I am as constant as a northern star. And I said, constantly in the darkness, where's that at? Oh, it's so sad, right? Can you feel the sadness? Can you see the F.I. stink lines emanating from me? Or how about this one? Everyone you love is dying, dying. Soon they'll all be dead. If you think you're gonna be okay, you're wrong. You're moments away from disaster striking, and everything and everyone you love will die. Die horrible deaths. That's also rather a sad song. Not as famous as the other songs, but definitely a sad one. Stone Temple Pilots' Creep is a banger. Creep isn't by Stone Temple Pilots. It's by the old Radiohead. I'm a creep. I'm a loser. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. God. Do you want to order, sir? I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. Yeah, but do you want whipped cream on that venti or not? I'm a creep. INFP, ordering coffee. Okay, sir, can you please step aside for a moment? Let me help these other customers. Clapton wrote one about a dead kid. Yeah, that's probably actually Clapton's only sort of good songwriting work, and it's inherently unbearable because of that. The fact that it's about a dead kid is like, okay, fuck off. That's too sad. I don't even want to think about it. Tears in heaven. So is dead kids crying in heaven? They need some better therapists in heaven. They need some grief counselors. They need some ENTP grief counselors in heaven to kick that kid's ass and tell him, stop his whining. You're dead now. Get used to it. Yeah. I guess that was enough of a kick to his normal system that it provoked a moment of intuitive grace that was given to him because he had to suffer so much or something, you know? But yeah, he never did anything good. He's a terrible musician. I mean, a terrible artist. He's not a bad musician. I'm sure he's a great musician, but or whatever. I have no idea, but he's a terrible artist. You know who else is a terrible, terrible artist? And Rachel and I had the misfortune of having the radio on and listening. Layla is a terrible fucking song. Having the radio on and had to encounter the misfortune of hearing the beginning of Phil Collins' song, I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. You know, I felt it too. It was a kind of sticky, viscous form of Phil Collins that was coming in the air towards me. Naturally, I put on my biohazard suit and earplugs and prayed for it to stop. Because, as you probably deduced, is the message of this, Phil Collins sucks ass. Hope you don't mind, I traded you in for some inspiration. Yeah, I'll see you eventually. Maybe. Fingers crossed, eh? Yeah. Ever heard the song Wish My Baby Was Born? No, but it sounds fucking ridiculous. Have you heard that Christmas song about like Mommy's in heaven now and she ain't gonna need those boots this year, little darling. You ain't never gonna see her again. She's with Jesus now. It's almost like talk sung in parts. It's like super country sounding. Like Mommy's with Jesus this Christmas or something. It's like, okay. I remember working at a store And it's so maudlin that by the end of it, I was like laughing, you know. But it's the Christmas song equivalent of the poem "Daddy's Day," which I had some success having elementary kids do in speech tournaments. When for a while I was doing the elementary speech tournaments at Rebay and stuff. Um, and Daddy's Day is this poem where it goes in there, so like today was Daddy's Day at school, and all the children brought their fathers with them to the thing, and blah 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 blah, except for the one girl in the back who's feeling shy and sad because, of course, her father is dead. And so when the teacher calls her to get to the front of the class and introduce her dad, she doesn't decline. She walks up there and says, "I'd like to introduce my dad. He's in heaven now. And this is what a wonderful daddy he was. And even though he's gone forever, he'll also be with me forever." And everybody applauds, and it was so sad, you know. Daddy's Day. Well, let me tell you something. Let's say you're tasked with getting this third grade girl to win a speech competition, but she's got fifth grade girls that she has to compete against. But you think she's a talented third grader, and you want her to have a shot at winning in poetry. What are you going to do? You're going to make her do Daddy's Day, like I did. Because even though it's pure trash, you want to win. And you know what? If she's a good little actress, you will get the parents in the room. Parents always show up for their elementary tournaments, okay? By the time they're in middle school, parents don't show up anymore. By the time they're in high school, parents are like, "Oh, have you been in a debate tournament all weekend?" But in elementary school, they show up with their camcorders, and they're all like, "Oh, their phones, everyone's got their phone," and you know. By the end of Daddy's Day, there are very few dry adult eyes in the room. The kids in the room are all competitors. They're all like sitting nervously, waiting for their turn to do their poem or whatever. They're not really paying attention to their competitors' poems. But the adults in the room are all, "Oh my God, her dad's dead. There's Daddy's Day. They don't have any daddy at school with her. Oh my God." And she loved him so much, and she told the class about what a wonderful father he was. Oh my God. I mean, even I would cry sometimes, even if I'd heard the poem a million times. It's ridiculous trash, but effective, right? You know, I mean, here's another thing that's incredibly sad that you could convert into a prose piece, is the part in Bridge of Terabithia where the girl dies. And it's like the guy's like gone away for a day or something to go run some errand, and then he comes back and they tell him that his best friend that is dead all of a sudden because she got into some sort of accident and he wasn't with her because he was out on errands. And I read that book in class to the fifth graders for a few years that I did fifth grade. I could never make it through the end of that book without, you know, what happens is I'm up there in the front and I'm reading, and then I pause for no reason all of a sudden because my voice starting to crack, and then I try a little further and okay, hold on, oh God, oh, she's dead. Again, FI as an object, right? It's like FI just hits me and it just happens. There's no way you can. I have a hard time preparing myself to not be sad about something, right? It's like I don't even know how you go about doing that. That doesn't even make sense conceptually to me. No, I think that person was just wrong when he attributed it to Stone Temple Pilots. Scott Weiland is dead, and he was the lead singer of the Stone Temple Pilots. Oh, it's a different song. Same title. They should have spelled it differently then. CREAP. Or CREEEP. That would have been a smart thing to do. Or KREEP. Alright, now. Best workout song. You're going to go jogging. You got to put in 2 miles today because you're prepping for a half marathon. Best workout song. By the way, all of you who didn't agree with my pick for saddest song, which was When Somebody Loves You by Jessie in Toy Story 3 or 2, whichever one, I don't know. You're wrong. Now, let's move on to the best workout song, and you can find out if you're right or wrong about this one. So, I think all of you were wrong about the last one. Tell me everybody put your votes in for best workout song, and then I'll inform you of the correct answer. Okay, this is like Aesthetic Family Feud. BTS Not Today. It's about how you're not going to end your life today. That just seems like really weak and easy forecasting. I already know that. Sing for the Moment by Eminem. Ooh. I haven't even actually thought about the answer to this question yet. I don't know what my answer to the question was, the best workout song. But that's a good nominee right there. That one definitely is. It really gives you the feeling of, it's that guitar loop is freaking fantastic, right? So yeah, I'm gonna give a thumbs up to Bozo's nomination there. Warpig is also a great nomination. Boba Fett, the Macarena is not a nominee in this category, okay? You are voted down. You are shouted down by the House. There's no way I'm allowing the Macarena to enter into this category. It is not a workout song. It's in the same category as Dancing Party Dance. It's a song that teaches you a dance. That's its own category of thing. We're not doing that category right now. You cannot submit the Macarena in this category. Underdog? Like, Here He Comes to Save the Day. That song? That's not a good workout song. I don't think so. Xanadu by Olivia Newton-John. Isn't Xanadu by ABBA? Xanadu. Oh, that's Waterloo. Never mind. Waterloo. I like ABBA. Eye the Tiger is a classic, of course. The thing is, if you are going to be working out in preparation for a boxing match, I think Eye of the Tiger wins. However, we've already specified you're prepping for a half marathon. And Eye of the Tiger, therefore, is going to lose at least half a point on the grounds that it's too closely thematically linked to boxing. Whereas, I think you got to lose yourself as a general topic, inspirational, like montage song that's not so linked to a specific sport that's not a half marathon. Boba Fett, you and I are thinking on the same page here. You know what they say about minds that think a lot alike? They say they're great. I don't think that's what you can infer from that, Eric. You were right. Something with the word motherfucker. What? A song with the word motherfucker? How about that song? Motherfucker, 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 won't you please fuck my mother today? You mean that song? Chariots of Fire is a good one. Give me the loot. I don't know that song. But hey, dirty, baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey, baby, I got your money. It's not a terrible song for working out, but not great. That's true. So, listen. The point being, KE, even if it is the case that great minds think alike, it doesn't mean that all minds that think alike are great. Okay? Great minds think alike. Also, shitty minds think alike. So, a likeness really isn't worth pointing out as a metric here for distinguishing anything. It more establishes that you're the same as the other one than which one it is. You know, it's really a funny saying in that regard. It doesn't establish what you'd think it would establish, or what it sort of purports to establish. Run, bitch, run. I don't know that song. Alright, listen. What's got a slow tempo that's just right for a half marathon? Let me see what he says about that. What are you referring to? What has the right pace for a half marathon? I think a good song for prepping for a half marathon. You want something that like rolls along. Like maybe I don't know. I don't move, bitch, get out of the way. Go out, get up, and get something. Oh, Eye of the Tiger is, you're saying, the right pace. Okay, well, it might be the right choice. I'm not saying it's a terrible choice. But I just don't want to put to bed the options period quite yet, because I haven't even thought of an entry myself yet. No. Listen, you have your mix, right? That you're using for training today. You're going out for like 5 miles today. But what I'm saying is, of that mix of songs that you're listening to during that 5 miles of training, which of those songs is the ideal one for the purpose for the context in which you're listening to it? If I think I'm smart but I'm dumb, then can I not think like great minds? Well, you think like great minds in that they too probably think they're smart, but you think unlike great minds in that you're wrong. So, a little bit of both. Beethoven's third. I'm trying to think of like a good, like rolling kind of country, like railroady rhythm song, you know? Seems like would be good for that purpose. Like, I'm not really coming up with, well, like, you know, I'm Waiting for My Man by Velvet Underground has the kind of rhythm I'm thinking for that. Wow. Waiting for my man. $24 in my hands. He's never early. He's always late. First thing you learn is that you always gotta wait. Panama by Van Halen, that's a good one. Disco Inferno, I'm not sure. Guns N' Roses, if you're gonna do a Guns N' Roses song, I would say you'd want to do, well, you know. So, transitioning briefly to the topic of most romantic song, I'm going to just say, for future reference when we get to there, I'm nominating Sweet Child of Mine. Okay? I don't have a Guns N' Roses song that I want to nominate for this category. Workout songs is the category for those of you who don't know. OKN, do you know now? The category is workout songs. Best workout song. Somebody mentioned before, and I think the winner at this point is still this. It's Lose Yourself by Eminem. But I want to throw out another possible Eminem song that you could throw in there as a good workout song, and that's One Shot, Two Shot. One shot, two shot, three shot, four shot. You know that song? Led Zeppelin? Led Zeppelin's like, it seems a little ponderous for working out. Not that I don't appreciate the good qualities of Zeppelin, but Hot for Teacher, best romantic song. Oh, well, see, I wouldn't call that romantic song so much as a Puss Slayer song. You know, like okay, let's switch now to best Puss Slayer song. So this is the song that if you shift for one evening from your current self into Brody the puss slaying frat boy. After you slayed that puss and you're like, thanks, sweetie. That was great, you know. No labels. Yeah, you call me if you feel like it. He's on the way home. He's in his car. And he's listening to this song because he's feeling so studly, right? What song is it? Any Dido fans? No, it's post puss slay. So it's like he's not using it to try to slay the puss. He's not playing it to her. He's like he's basking in the glory of being such a push slayer and feeling like hell yeah. And he's bumping it as he's going down the road. Smelling his finger suggestively. Post Nut Clarity, is that a song? Is that a real song? I mean, the one that comes to my mind is Big Pimpin', of course. Big Pimpin', Pimpin', with the BLADs and that song. You know that song, Big Pimpin'? It seems appropriate for the context, right? I Just Had Sex by Lonely Island. I don't know that song. Pour Some Sugar on Me, Def Leppard, that's a good one. I like that choice there. Hero Song by Chad Kroeger. No, right now we're not on to romantic songs. We had a little side trek into an alley on the way to romantic songs into Puss Slayer songs. How about Stroke Me, Stroke Me? It was that guy's only song that was popular, but what about it? Stroke me, stroke me, stroke, stroke. Or how about this one? Who knows where the cold wind blows? I asked my friend, but nobody knows. Who am I to believe in love? Love ain't no stranger. Love ain't no stranger. I ain't no stranger to love. I'm sexy and I know it. Yeah, sure. That's a good one. But that's more like early in the party night, knowing you're going to get laid later. Not really after the fact, like, fuck yeah. I'm leaving a wake of slaying pusses behind me. I'm like a boat sailing through an ocean of pussy. Whole lot of Rosie. How about Warrant Cherry Pie? Only if it said we have rocked you. Then maybe. Wrong tense. You never met a motherfucker like me. It sounds like a good title. I like it. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the song, but Kid Rock, please don't include Kid Rock in anything ever for even reference purposes. I just had sex is to the point and realistic. Yeah, but it may be a little too NI. Like frankly, a good one is I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. That's a pretty good one. I wasn't anticipating including one of my own songs, but it occurs to me that's a pretty good choice. Radar Love? I think Big Pimpin' is probably the best choice, frankly. Although Blurred Lines again it's later in the night than I'm Sexy and I Know It, but still before you have sex. Right? And before Blurred Lines and after I'm Sexy and I Know It is Get Lucky by Daft Punk. But still before you have sex. You're the best. You're the best around. Nothing ever gonna slow you down. You're the best around. Might as well just play, I Am the Champion of the World by Queen. We are the champions. You want it to not say we. At that point, you want to say, I am the champion. Okay, now let's go to romantic songs. Now, this is a song that when you're just falling in love with somebody at the beginning of something, and there's that new emotion feeling and stuff, and you hear that song, you go, oh, it's singing about me and her. Oh, it's so romantic. Oh my gosh. Which song? So that's the context, okay? You started. No, it's not. No gangbangs in this one. We switched topics now, okay? We're now on to romantic songs. El Lobo Feroz. There's nothing romantic about a gangbang. It's a good bumper sticker. I imagine some frustrated wife or girlfriend or something. No, seriously, sweetie, you're gonna love it. I got us something so romantic for Valentine's Day this year. And he takes her to this place. He walks in and there's all these dudes standing inside with their pants off, prepping themselves. And she's like, Darren, there is nothing romantic about a gangbang. 39 by Tenacious D. Not familiar with that song. So romance. We're talking romance right now. Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Is that song the same as 2 Tickets to Paradise? Like that? Or is it a different song? You and Me. Or Hanging by a Moment. Hanging by a Moment sounds like the title of a movie I would walk out of after 15 minutes. I will do anything for you, but I won't do that. I like that choice a lot. That's a real romantic song. It's extremely romantic. How about Case of You by Joni Mitchell? I could drink a case of you and I'd still be on my feet. Yes, I'd still be on my feet. Or how about this? This romantic song. Backyard Boy by I don't remember her girl's name. Dance with me in my backyard, boy, looking super fine with your corduroy. That's a good one. I like that song. Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye is not a good song. I'm not sure why people like it so much. I get that it's got kind of a good groove and it's kind of not terrible, but I don't never really liked that song, and or thought it worked really. Jesus, forgive me, I'm a thought. Is that really the title of the song? I mean, the problem with calling somebody a thought is like the same as calling something an ATM machine. You said machine twice. If you call somebody a thought, you've called them a that hoe over there. That doesn't make any sense. They should just say, I'm thought. To show that they're using it correctly. You know, here's another word that a lot of people, in fact, everybody, use incorrectly. If I say howdy, there's one correct response to howdy. The correct response to howdy is fine. Because it's short for how do you do. It doesn't mean hi or hello. Okay, what about this? Oh, Sammy, old lady, and you're my man. How about that one? Celine Dion. I can't believe nobody nominated Celine Dion. Why not? Host Eric for Romantic. How about Truly, Madly, Deeply by Savage Garden? I don't know that song. But you could do a lot of things truly, madly, and deeply. How about, how deep is your love? How deep is I really need to know. 'Cause I'm living in a world of cheese. Bringing you cheese. And we'll all have some more cheese. That's a pretty good song. It's got a good melody to it. How about anybody could be that guy. Night is young and the mood is high. If you hear the right music, meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Loving you is easy because you're beautiful. How about if I could save time in a bottle, I'd save all the time in the bottle and I'd spend it all on you. That's the message of that song. How about this for a romantic song? Teenage Dream by Katy Perry. It's a pathic greeting. I'll have to look up the word pathic. Okay, well, listen. I believe that howdy implies a do. Because how do you what? Right? The do is optional. The meaning is implied. Okay? Listen. As an expert in grammar, I want to inform you about a grammatical part of speech maybe you've not heard of before. It's called the implied do. It only occurs in English with the word howdy. Special circumstance. Come fly with me, come fly with me, come fly away with me. That song? Teenage Dream, yeah. The only thing that makes me think the Teenage Dream isn't that romantic is that Katy Perry wants to dance until they die. Hopefully they've already had sex before then, or else that's a worst first date ever. The redundant do renders it back into a question, which commands you to answer it. So the correct answer is fine. Fine. Or I'm doing swell. Or how about this one? Can't complain. Can't complain. Can't complain is the best answer to howdy. Howdy. Can't complain. Howdy. Like that. That's how you should use it. And you, my friend, how do you do? Much obliged. Much obliged is a great expression as well, yeah. Well, heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy? Yes. You know what? I've got to move my car in. Or so I don't get another parking ticket. I got this parking ticket. We'll keep looking at it every day going, I don't want to give you $50, Arcadia. Too bad, Eric. They tell me. Too bad. That's what you get for parking your car on the street in front of your house in the middle of the night. I didn't park it there in the middle of the night. It wasn't the middle of the night when I parked it there. I mean, you know, it just, now it's the middle of the night. I didn't notice it had become the middle of the night. That's no excuse, Eric. We're still giving you a parking ticket. Well, it was worth a shot. Yeah, but you failed. The end of my vignette. Now here's some music for you. Please, Gregory. Is denied, chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty. Then he'll finally get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. He's Gregory.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of adventurous, It's a very rainy day in Los Angeles. And today, we hope for more time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in and try to sap your will to fight.
Whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise, it's sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very
That's a useful term, phatic. So, does the word emphatic have its etymology linked to that word phatic? Like, if it's emphatic, does that mean I guess it's a form of phatticism that specifically highlights emphasis of significance? Is that what I mean emphatic means then? Interesting though. It's a good, useful word for sure. Let's see. I wanted to respond to this thing though, most of all, which was this. It's pretty important stuff here. El Lobo Feroz, I'm very pleased with your little sentence there, but I'm going to suggest an edit. It's a really great quote if it just says, love is a chemical reaction. You could leave that if you wanted, but you could just say, love hits you hard, compels you to breed, and leaves you stranded in a failing marriage. You leave the chemical reaction part in. Love is a chemical reaction that hits you hard, compels you to breed, and leaves you stranded in a failing marriage. Is it a little bit tighter as a quote? It's an excellent concept. I like it a lot. I just don't think we need animals in there, really. If you wanted to include animals, you'd say that hits animals hard, compels them to breed, and then leaves them stranded in a failing marriage. It would be funny because, of course, it's only clear in the last one that the animals are actually people. You see what I'm saying? I got some feedback for you. Performance reviews. That's Rick and Morty. Is that a quote from them? I like it, but I still have performance reviews. It would have been funnier, right, if they'd written it as, love's just a chemical reaction that hits animals hard, compels them to breed, then slowly fades, leaving them in a stranded in a failing marriage. So, even Rick and Morty can use a little editing sometimes. Even though they do that thing they do really well, which is very much the thing I do, in terms of the way their relationship with language, the guy who writes it or whatever. Well, Boba Fett, not knowing enough, doesn't stop me from speaking on it. What would you like me to pontificate about? Doesn't matter whether I know anything about it or not. I'll go ahead and give you my opinion. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking Enneagram again. Well, I don't know. It's like I don't know what to say about Enneagram. This is what I have to say about Enneagram. It's like Am I integrating or am I disintegrating? And which interpretation is more correct? Is it 9 is sloth, 7 is gluttony, or is it 9 is peacemaker, 7 is escapist? I want to know which is a better interpretation. Because on the first interpretation, I think Rachel is 9. Rachel is more sloth than gluttony. And I'm more gluttony than sloth. And sloth is really just a form of gluttony, right? It's gluttony of laziness. That's not my... She prefers that drug more than I do. Okay? On the peacemaker thing versus escapist, well, she is a peacemaker in the sense that she's avoidant of conflict and tends to, she, like me, she thinks of herself as the person who other people get in trouble mostly, not the person who gets other people in trouble. I mean, the thing is this. The challenge for any good understanding or meaningful application of a Enneagram is to limit the scope of the things that you're trying to explain with it. The problem that it has is, I think there are a lot of things that it attributes to correlations to an Enneagram number that are actually not correlations to Enneagram numbers, but are instead correlations to cognitive function things. On the other hand, I think that the core mechanics of an Enneagram is right for the small amount of claims it makes regarding how you approach these particular myas, right? The 8 came a few years after divorce. Are you sure it wasn't also a prey? A prey and following and part of the denouement. Getting myself into roles where I had to grow some balls. I see. Well, I found my testicles entirely useless in every situation where I have had to be assertive. They've not once come in handy, so I'm not sure why they're so commonly linked to assertiveness. Every single time I'm assertive, I use my mouth, not my balls. She didn't actually agree with me. She sort of meowed it out the way she expressed it. Well, I guess maybe I must have, right? So the thing is, Rachel won't lie to make peace. I haven't looked into Enneagram very much. I took a test a week ago. I got high scores in 4, 5, 8, and 9. Well, I mean, my explanation of it is 4 is a rebel, 5's a deliberator. Wants to have everything all thought out first before they do anything. 8 is a piao. So it's like, oh, the fuck you will pull right in front of me and steal my parking space. Now I'm gonna say, you no goodliness. It's 8. And 9 is somebody comes at you, you default to deferring, and then sort of figure out if you're right. Men be viewed as more disagreeable than men for same level of assertiveness. Well, sure, because we're just, asserting ourselves, whereas you're being a bitch. Modern age women, I have never encountered this phenomenon. I have never encountered the phenomenon of supposedly modern woman who's emasculating me and dealing with me, regardless of our respective positions. I have never encountered it. I don't know who these modern age women are that you're talking about. I have never actually had any, experience with militancy directed at me, You see it, you hear about it on YouTube or something, but it's like, where are these aggro butch feminists who want to cut off my balls? They're nowhere around me. I never encounter them. They're not in any of the stores I go to. They're not any of the business people I encounter or deal with. They're not any of the random adults I encounter. I don't know where the fuck these people are. Eights are fighty. Yeah. 6 is whatever float your boat. Rocks mine. Whatever floats your boat rocks mine. I mean, why would 6 be like that? Because isn't 5, 6, 7 about fear? Why would it involve other parties? So in other words, go along with your approach to the scary thing is the solution to the fear? That would make some sense. 5, let me figure out my own approach. 6, go along with your approach. 7, what scary thing? What approach? Okay, that makes some sense. It's Enneagram. It's spelled Enneagram. Is Rachel meowing it out? Just her effing. It's her managing a conflict between her FE and her NI and the reality of the context in that situation, which was, she could probably see that, or knows that sometimes it's harder to get my attention than others. Now, I did pick up on the fact that I was wrong about it, but not because I noted her cues that she was giving. So she was aware that I probably wasn't picking up on those, or wasn't going to, because I was live streaming and my attention tends to be very heavily this way, And then she probably had this moment of, what ought I do in response to this? I don't want to push back anymore. I want this issue to go away, but I'm constitutionally unable to lie in order to make that happen. And so she agrees without affirming the claim. I had an 8 moment at a Taco Bell once. The lady working through the drive-thru wanted to argue with me when I totally threw a damn chalupa back into the drive-thru window. Did you say yeet when you threw it? I believe in order for that to be okay, you have to say yeet. And I want to add a word to the English dictionary. I'd like to add the word ye-fenestrate, which is a combination of defenestrate and yeet. So, if when you defenestrate somebody, you say yeet, you have ye-fenestrated them. If you want to ye-fenestrate, you can't forget to say yeet when you throw somebody out of a window. Okay? Keep that in mind. Don't argue with me or I'm going to throw this chalupa right back in your fucking face. You want the chalupa in the face? That's where it's going. Don't fool yourself, girl. It's going right up the fucking poop chute. That's right. That's right. I will take more mild sauce. That's right. Can't have any more mild sauce, my ass. What if you have a yeast infection? People suffering from a yeast infection are constantly throwing shit. Yeet! Sir, you know why I'm pulling you over? You were littering? Oh, no, officer, I got a yeast infection. Yeet! See, there it goes again. I have to bring trash in the car, so I have things to yeet as I drive. Otherwise, the infection turns into a terrible fever. Give a hug to your local ESFP. I don't know any ESFPs, really, that I can think of. They don't, it's like ESFPs and ENTPs, when they cross paths, they're not interested in each other, you know? What you guys' reaction after discovers your type the correct one? I mean, I'm okay with INTP, ENTP at first. Well, go deeper. It's ENTJ, INTJ, and I hate it when I type myself as INTJ somehow. ENTJ, okay. Well, I don't know what type you are, so I don't know. How you deal with learning your correct type has a lot to do with what type you are. People with any in the tool slot often will take some time before they settle, because it's like, well, but I could maybe be FI Dom if you interpret the FI this way a little bit, and yeah. To people who cough or sneeze near me, I respond with "God damn you," because they're trying to get me sick. That makes a lot more sense than "God bless you," right? You know what you're doing, Peter didn't teach you when you say that. You are saving lives. These days it's important to constantly be saving lives. Because if you're not saving lives, you're just another murderer. Well, I mean, remember El Lobo Feroz? You don't get a type in any kind of in this or in that or in whatever, right? So, you might say, socionics, people who claim to be typing me via a socionics interpretation of things will usually type me INTP or INTJ. If you're saying, like, internet tests I take that purport to test me according to socionics' interpretation of things typically result in INTP or INTJ. Those kind of claims mean something there, but not much, right? So it's like, the fact is, you have one of 16 possible cognitive function stacks. And it's either, it might be TINE, it might be NITE, but if there's a typologist, a test, a way of testing, or a meow that says you're either INTP or INTJ, then they don't know what they're doing. Nobody should go, it's hard to say whether you're INTJ or INTP. Those two types are easy to tell apart. They're not very similar. It's much harder to tell apart INTP and INFP. It's even harder to tell apart INTP and INFJ than it is INTP and INTJ. INTP and INTJ are markedly different types. So if you're saying socionics tests give me result either INTP or INTJ, then one of two things. Either socionics is experiencing a schism in which there are two interpretations, one of which is correct and one of which is incorrect, and the incorrect interpretation tests are all showing you that, and the correct interpretation tests are all showing you this. Or, what's more likely is that socionics doesn't understand. The interpretation is wrong. It got some key things wrong that cause it to have misattributed certain correlates to one type that actually belong with the other. It's most more likely, since there's not a real self-assessment going on in socionics. In other words, there's no socionics metaframe that says, here's what we're doing and why, and here's how we check to see if we're doing it right or poorly. And since there's no framework, it's a crapshoot. Okay, well, then you're what I call an INTP, but you are TINE. So if you're an INTP in MBTI and an INTJ in socionics, those are both saying the same thing. They're both saying you're TINE. So it's like socionics is correct in putting the J's and the P's the way they do. But unfortunately, the MBTI names are the predominant names, and so much so that socionics kind of gives up before it starts in trying to deal with the PJ issue by defaulting to their 3-letter names, ILE, EI, like those things. And those turn out to be, it's a better way of doing it, because you don't have to do any it's just it's easier to convert socionics to the functions than it is socionics names to the functions than it is MBTI names to the functions. So, ILE tells you intuitive logical extrovert. So, intuitive, logical, that means one of the intuitions and one of the T's, but an extrovert. So, that means extroverted intuition, introvert thinking, that's ENTP. So, in other words, you can turn the ILE, EL, blah, blah, stuff into functions directly without having to go. Whereas converting the MBTI names, you go, okay, I'm an extroverted, intuitive, thinking perceiver. There's no easy way to convert to the functions. You just have to know them. Because it's like, the extrovert, in that case, you just go with the first 3 letters, really. If I'm an ENT, then that means I'm NETI. But you don't even need the other letter. I don't know. I typed you as a drunk INTP once, a long time ago. Well, if it was a long time ago, my typing may be somewhat suspect. I've obviously gotten better at typing people the more often I've done it, and the more examples I have to compare against each other, the richer my data set and the more robust my conclusions. That's as it should be and naturally occurring for people who incorporate at any kind of reasonable level SI knowledge as well as NI knowledge, right? One of the problems that NI people have a lot when they come around is they discount the value of the SI thing. So some INFJ might come around and say, here's the truth about typing, even though they've never typed to anybody at all, and they don't care what I've said before or whatever. They've heard a little bit of something I've said. They've intuited maybe some sort of huge intuitive leap about what I overall mean and how it's overall wrong or something, and then come and try to argue with me and stuff like that. Well, it shows kind of an implicit lack of respect for the important factor of how much experience do you have both talking, thinking about it, and actually typing to people, which is kind of an important factor if you want to be able to reference things that substantiate what you're saying in a meaningful way. Well, the thing to remember about definitions of functions is a definition might be entirely correct, and another definition might be entirely correct too. But if that were the case, they wouldn't be exclusive of each other at all. So in other words, they'd both be explaining only part of the definitional whole in that instance, and they could both be correct. To the extent that they are exclusive of each other, however, then only one of those definitions is correct and the other one is incorrect. Of course, the truth is, for everybody talking about cognitive functions but me, basically, the status of their definitions is not yet ready for it to be evaluated because they haven't even done the basic work they need to. They don't know why they're defining things. The reason you define things is to provide other people a tool to parse through your shit and make status determinations about things according to the metrics that you're providing them. They think they're providing definitions to check some sort of box they're supposed to check. Well, I guess I have to have a definition for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's like, I understand this whole really well, so this definition thing is, you're just like artificially limiting what I know and to meet what I can define. That's not really a good way to understand cognitive function. Of course, that kind of nonsense mushiness is responsible for the sea of misinformation that we're floating atop of over here in the only sane boat on the ocean. I mean, this is one of the problems with agreeableness and disagreeableness as a personality trait. The problem is this: I am agreeable or not, depending a lot on my mood and the context. It's not a very steady constant for me at all. Depending on when you talk to me and for how long, you might call me very agreeable or very disagreeable or something in between. In contrast, if you had any kind of meaningful length of conversation with me, you would never walk away from that saying, this guy doesn't have any ideas or thoughts to share. Impossible. You would never conclude that. But you might conclude that I was very agreeable, very disagreeable, or something in between from an hour-long conversation. So in that regard, you're talking about something that can't be meaningfully tested except through either self-reporting or others reporting. And neither of those things are very robust methodologies. I mean, as far as Dave's superpowers goes, others reporting is the pinnacle of objective methodologies. But that's just because he's never thought about methodologies before. It's not a measurement of agreeable or disagreeable of agreeableness. Well, see, Peter didn't teach you, you're begging the question there. The point is, how much agreeableness do I have? And what does that mean if it's distinct from stretches of time in which I display agreeability in starkly different manners for long stretches? Which one do we declare is the real me? Well, the answer is neither of them are. It's not really a personality trait. Well, I mean, I don't think they had any idea what they were getting into. And they discovered that they've gotten off of their glider on an electrified floor, and they're jumping up and down, and everywhere they land, it's still electrified. Your disposition dictates the likelihood of how agreeable you will be. Okay, but isn't it more actually the case that in any given instance, I'm either 100% one way or 100% the other way or 100% something in between? I'm never probably anything, right? So the problem with understanding personality traits as likelihoods rather than predictions, because those are different things. You know, if we understand cognitive functions as a personality model, then we can say, if in fact our mechanical understanding is correct, then we can predict these correlates for this reason. There's no mechanics in agreeableness. So there's no explanation of how it could be that I have a general trait of agreeableness, except to say that I'm usually displaying agreeableness, right? But now we've parsed down the definition so much that it's no longer factoring in the scale of my agreeableness or disagreeableness, no longer factoring in how prevalent agreeableness or disagreeableness is to my overall affect, no longer factoring in anything except total minutes spent of agreeableness versus total minutes spent of disagreeableness, and arbitrarily assigning a probability number to that. It's exemplary of the quagmire that psychology continues to clusterfuck itself into. You know? It's a failure to do meaningful framework. So meaningful framework eliminates the possibility that agreeableness works as a personality attribute, because there's an acknowledgement that there's no way to measure the trait outside of measuring percentages of amount of time spent in one half or the other half of it. And that self-reporting on those kind of splits, or even others reporting on those kind of splits, is utterly, completely unreliable, because people have a recency bias. They understand themselves for how they've been recently, not in a larger sense. And Big Five's only getting data on them from self-reporting. So, you're talking about vomit that's dressed up as a turd and then put itself in a box and put a ribbon around it. It's like it's only even got one layer of bullshit covering the fact that it's two layers of bullshit. If you have to extend yourself from your personal baseline, it will drain you more quickly. That's the thing. Peter didn't teach you. People don't actually have that baseline. So, depending on my mood, my baseline of agreeableness is in a different spot. It's possible for me to be in a really good mood and for people to piss me off and make me disagreeable. It's possible for me to be in a bad mood and have circumstances make me happier and become more agreeable. In fact, I count on that as a mechanism. Often when I'm feeling very pissy, I go online and start talking because it makes me feel better. Now, you might say, well, that doesn't really have anything to do with agreeableness, Eric. You're talking about whether you feel good or not. Well, whether I feel good or not dictates a lot of the kind of conversations I'm having. If I'm pissy, I might be having a lot of pissy conversations where I'm being pissy at people. If I'm feeling excited and fun-loving, I might just be making non-stop jokes and not taking anything seriously. Blah, 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 blah. And in different times, people who experience engaging with me for even an extended period of time, like an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, they might experience me as consistently one end of that spectrum or the other end, either pole. At that point, we're talking about an arbitrary designation of an attribute to something that's not an attribute, not a personality attribute. Personality attributes need to be more stable than that, and you need to meaningfully explain why they represent some structural thing that persists across time. Not say, I can draw a distinction, therefore it's justified, which is basically what agreeableness is. I mean, the thing is, sometimes I'm impressed. This is a weird thing to say, I know, but sometimes I'm impressed by just how fucking cogent all my explanations are. Because a lot of the time, I don't know that's the answer until after I've said it. But, I mean, I've really been quite on a roll in terms of giving great answers and explanations for things tonight. So, if you want to hear good explanations of things, review explanations I've given in this thing. Now, this is not the longest in history, and it's not going to be because I'm going to end it right now. Actually, I'm going to play a song or two first, but I've gone 8 hours before. I know that much. I think I've probably gone 10. I don't know. I don't remember what the longest one is. The longest TWFP live stream is measured not in hours, but in kilometers. This one is about 4 kilometers. We've gone up to 60 kilometers on occasion before. There's no direct proportionality linked to time, by the way. Unrelated. The length in terms of distance is unrelated to the duration of the thing. Well, at least it's always personally cogent. I mean, that's the thing. Cogency is specifically not relative to any individual. It is specifically comprehensibility to anybody who parses it out. And preferable comprehensibility over alternatives. So it's what cogent, personally cogent is oxymoronic. Oxymoronic? I didn't want to be oxymoronic. Well, it's too bad. We shouldn't say things that are oxymorons then. It's not an oxymoron. It's just your personal opinion. Okay, Peter Natichi, knock it off. Personal opinion. It's like, hey, I'm saying stuff around here. And every one of these words is a gold brick that you should gratefully accept when it slams you in the side of the head. Say, thank you. Can I have another gold brick, please, Eric? That won't really hurt. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Plant those slides below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large here. Other ways. Give it a chance. Once quick to check. But don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody yet to show. Plant the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears snatching through. Holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. Well, this represents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed over north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody yet to show. Plant those slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. For when the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed over north, but there's a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Which is a long time ago. That's a very long time. That's longer than it took that Dr. Fauci to make a decision about masks. It's a COVID era joke. You've got to make an occasional COVID era joke. Yeah. No, it is universally clear. That doesn't mean that everything that's alive can understand it. To say something's universally clear doesn't mean I showed it to my newborn infant and he made perfect sense of what Eric was saying. It doesn't mean that, finally, Cloud understood. No. Universally clear doesn't mean everybody can understand it. It means it's clear on those vectors that are universal in how you can parse them, namely logic and, I guess, universal holistic identity things. In other words, logic and intuition. So, I mean, I guess cogency is a combination of valid logic, correct intuition, good semantics or diction, and responsiveness or sort of linkage to other ideas, if you want a full understanding of it. So, nanny nanny knew na, nanny nanny knew. And if that don't prove I'm right, nothing will. Because you just got not just both nannies, you also got a new and another new, plus a third nanny. It's more than anybody could ask for. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to listless. So how all the people wish out his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delightful. Fighting Gerald plays his part, but Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to rebut, now where and what, but too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought, Gerald has a plot, Gerald has a lot. Get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Okay, I'll play Amelia for you, Boba Fett. Sure, I will. Thank you for liking that song and expressing your enthusiasm so that I don't undervalue it. Because I am prone to doing that. If nobody tells me something's good, I'm prone to undervaluing it. So I appreciate your preventative medicine in that regard. And or, actually, treatment too, because I probably was already guilty of it. That's TI tool. Like, you don't need to clarify that, Eric. Come on, dude. Come on. You don't need to be that precise in everything you say. It's not that important. Yeah, I do. You don't have to be that precise. At least that precise or preciser. Preciser's wrong, Eric. Okay, I'll find more precise. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what you do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sideways at your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, yeah. So like, you know, like B minor and then some things and then B minor. But what are those things there? Well, I'm not sure what I meant when I said walk down here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do exactly. E minor, what is it? Why did I write that? I don't know. I don't know is the answer. I'm sorry you caught me. I don't know what's supposed to go there. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott, to Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. I thought for a second I was sitting on the cat because I leaned back on this and it moved around in a weird way. So it distracted me at the very end. That's why I messed up the very end, okay? It's not my fault is the point. It's not my fault. I thought I was sitting on the cat for just a moment. So give me A plus. Don't mark me down. I get A plus, okay? Make sure you write it down. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fire blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining the history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on support, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor and short. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. Fuck that up some. I got my normal voice problems this time of day and night, whatever. Everything's all fucked up, you know, like I can't have bad breath control, and my voice sounds all meowy. you know. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the sure ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun, but flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. Reasons still unsaid, but still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the still ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid, but still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home, blues that sink clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home, blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home, blues that sink clear down to the bone, boom, boom, bone, all the way down to the bone. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna play I've Got a Poop for You, and it's the biggest one I have. It's my new song. You've never heard it before probably, but it's pretty good. No, I'm not gonna play that one, I decided. I'll play this one instead. This is a cover. The only cover I regularly play. Because it's so fun. It's so fun and racist. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white, I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. You might got a handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul take to fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Now, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. A white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That was fun. That was fun as a honey bun. It was fun as a honey bun sitting in the fun, fun sun. Why don't you just tune yourself, guitar? Why do you always expect me to tune you? What do I look like, your little bitch? I've shamed my guitar until it started tuning itself. Trying to be a really effective strategy. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. Oh, it's just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. I'll go outside and climb a ladder. Yeah, I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. On now second verse. Let's both come in here instead of the first. And the words are different every time that I will play it. Nevertheless, if I do well, perhaps I'll slay it. And then I'll go outside, take me a bucket and pour water inside. I will, boy, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Yes. On me. Me. It needs to resolve several times. At least several. Otherwise, you're not resolving enough. You're not really making it clear that it's the end of the song. That's how people know it's the end of the song. Otherwise, how would they know? There's no way of knowing. There's just no way of knowing if you don't do that, that the song's over. People will sit in silence for hours, not sure if they should clap yet. Nobody cued them that the song was over. You got all these people at a concert there to listen to music. Instead, they're silently waiting for the song to finish. The artist is silently waiting for them to applaud, and the whole show just proceeds forward in that fashion until everybody goes home. That's a disaster nobody wants as a professional musician. Too much noise in the data stream, loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Our frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No, I'm willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Unplug the A's string instead of the E's string, which kind of bugged that up dramatically. Oh, Eric, when will you ever learn to play the guitar? Never, apparently. Not in a million, billion, trillion years. Is there any other song I want to play so badly as to just butcher the fuck out of it as I continue to do here? One more, okay, one more butchered classic. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend. It will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. International like him and also busy like his friend. The beaver bee, busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart, lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend. It will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. International delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend. Beaver bee, busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart, lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-da-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Pucker tart. That's actually a pretty good rendition of pucker tart, lemon squeeze. So, I'm gonna end on a high note. Oh, I didn't play Cloudy Day though. I won't play Cloudy Day. That's my favorite song to play. This is my favorite song to play. I love playing this song. It feels so good to play it. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I've got something to say. 'Cause life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. A voice is telling you to give in. We'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here, and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. That's so relaxing to play. It makes me feel like Lawrence Welk, awash on a sea of ballroom dancers, delighting to the melodious strains of his orchestra. Where am I over here? Let me look at some things. Let me deal with some things real quick. I'm going to say adieu. I'm going to look at the thing, and then I'm going to say goodbye. Stuart Johnson. Hello, Stuart Johnson. Hello, Stuart Johnson. How are you? Is your Johnson good too? I'll try to make sure this question gets answered. If he doesn't see it before, question, how would you test the TI of a deaf person? I wouldn't. I'm not capable of testing the deaf unless they can lip read, because I rely too much on the ability to communicate verbally with them. And how would TI express in somebody who's deaf? The same way as it does in somebody who can hear. It's just they're going to understand language through their own approximations of what it might sound like or something. I'm not sure, but they're still going to process language the same way. I mean, it doesn't affect logic whether you can understand what the word sounds like, because logic basically means that meaning and a symbol for meaning something else are kind of like attributes of a term rather than In other words, that the capacity to use a term as a variable comes first from a TI perspective. The capacity of a term to express something experiential comes first from an S perspective or an F perspective. So TI shouldn't be impacted at all in deaf people. They should do exactly the same on the TI test. The thing that's impacted is my ability to give the test to them. And to answer the question, how can I do that? I don't know, and I'm not interested in adapting things for the disabled. Not that I have anything against the disabled, not that I don't agree that that's a noble thing, but that's not my noble thing to be doing. I'm not interested in figuring out how to adapt my system so I can include deaf people. Again, I think it would be good if that were to happen. I like inclusivity, but I don't want to do any extra work to make it happen. And it would be challenging for me to figure out a way around not being able to talk back and forth with somebody normally. So that's my answer to that question. It doesn't impact it at all, but I don't know how to test it. Basically is the answer. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese, even if you're deaf.